Chair Nutter, we're ready to begin.
Thank you, Ashley. Welcome to this special meeting of the Planning Commission this Tuesday evening, April 23rd. This 6 p.m. special meeting is in lieu of our regular meeting, which was originally scheduled at 7 p.m. Please note that item 3, PA-2023-017, an appeal of a zoning administrator decision, was previously adjourned to the regular meeting time and thus will not be heard earlier than 7 p.m. this evening. If item 2 concludes before 7 p.m., the Planning Commission will call a brief recess until 7 p.m. I now call this meeting to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ashley, could you please do the roll call?
Yes, Chair Nutter,
Present.
Vice Chair Patel,
Present.
Commissioner Nugent,
Present.
Commissioner Wiggins,
Present.
and Commissioner Williams.
Present.
Item number 1, item from the March 26, 2024 adjourned Planning Commission meeting minutes, approval of the minutes of the regular meetings of 123 and 124, 213 and 220 and 24. Approve the minutes of the special meeting of 1/30/24. I'm sorry, I had not invited Ashley to make that announcement, but that is the announcement on the consent calendar. Apologize, Ashley. So that is the item that we're looking at now. And if there are any comments from the commissioners that would like to pull items, please bring them up now. If there are any members from the public who wish to comment on any of the consent items, now would be the time.
Chair Nutter, we have no public commenters.
Thank you. We do need to vote on this, so if we can have a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I motion to approve the items on the consent calendar.
I'll second that motion.
And for a vote, Chair Nutter,
Yes?
Vice Chair Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Nugent,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiggins,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0. Good evening and welcome. We are excited to be here in person with options for virtual participation. For those attending in person, complete a yellow request to speak slip and hand it to the clerk. If participating remotely, use the raise your hand feature in Zoom and you will be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute. These options of public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for that specific item. And finally, we welcome speakers providing public comment, but please be advised this is a limited public forum. As such, speakers must stay on topic if speaking to a particular agenda item. If speakers fail to follow these rules, they will be warned, and if they continue to disregard our rules, their opportunity to speak will be ended. Next on the agenda is public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the Planning Commission at this time. State law prevents the Commission from taking action on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. Please comment. Public comment is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that is subject to the Commission's discretion and can be extended if the Commission wishes to do so. So we will open up the public comment period now on items that are not agendized this evening.
If any members of the public want to make a general public comment, please give me a comment slip, and anybody on Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. Chair Nutter, we have no public commenters.
Thank you. We'll close the public comment period and move on to the public hearing. Ashley, could you introduce it, please?
Yes, item number 2, 1218-1528 South El Camino Real, zoning map amendment and modifications to an existing mixed-use building, PA 2023-057.
Thank you. We will start with a staff presentation followed by an applicant presentation. In accordance with our newly adopted boards and commissions rules and procedures, we will go straight to public comment after the staff and application presentations. The applicant will be given up to 15 minutes to present, and members of the public are given 2 to 3 minutes to speak, depending on the number of speakers. The applicant may also be given 5 minutes at the end to respond to public comments. Once the public hearing is closed, the commission will ask clarifying questions, deliberate, and render a recommendation to the City Council.
Good evening, Planning Commission and members of the public. The item before you tonight is a zoning amendment and modification to an existing mixed-use building located at 1528 South El Camino Real. The project planner is Wendy Lau, associate planner who is sick today. This is Elaine Ling, principal planner. I will be backing up Planner Lau on the presentation tonight. The subject property, outlined in red, take access from El Camino Real to the north of State Route 92. The subject property is surrounded by commercial uses to the north, south, east, and single-family residences to the west. Jasmine Street abuts the rear of the property, serving primarily residential uses on both sides. The site is located within half a mile to Haver Park Caltrain Station. Therefore, the project is subject to AB 2097, and no parking is required for any residential and commercial development on the site. For the background, in 1998, the City Council approved a planning application, PA 97-033, for a 4-story, 60,790 square feet mixed-use building on the site. The project included a parcel map to merge 3 parcels separately zoned as R3 and R2-1/R4, resulted in a lot with split zoning. The residential component of this mixed-use project include 10 live-and-work units. The condition of approval of the original application specifies that the minimum residential floor area shall be 540 square feet per unit, or 25% of the total floor area. In other words, up to 75% of the total floor area can be used for office uses. The agenda report and the findings of the original application also specify that because the project provided a residential component for this mixed-use project, and because the project provided amenities beyond city's requirement, the project received a height increase and floor area bonuses. In 2020, it is recorded in the code enforcement cases that the live-work units do not include a residential component. Those units were used for offices only. To correct these violations, that the applicant submitted a planning application in September 2023 to replace the 10 live-work units with 10 independent residential units. They also proposed to reconfigure the entire interior space with no exterior changes. The project also includes a zoning map amendment, which staff will discuss in detail in the following slides. As mentioned previously, the site is currently split zoned. The front portion of 21,875 square feet along El Camino Real to the front is zoned as C2-1/R4, which stands for Zoning Designation of Regional Community Commercial with Residential Overlay District. The rear portion of 20,104 square feet is zoned as R3, which stands for Zoning Designation of Multifamily Dwelling Median Density. The existing buildings straddle both zoning designations, and there's commercial offices within the live and work units in R3 zone. Please note, the standalone office uses is not allowed in R3 zone in the zoning ordinance. The zoning amendment would redesignate the entire site as one single zoning designation of R2-1/R4, which also allows commercial, office, and residential uses throughout the entire site. Not only would the zoning map amendment result in a single zoning for the entire site, it actually will bring alignment with the zoning ordinance with the new general plan land use designation. General Plan 2030 land use designation for the rear portion, which is known as R3, which is medium density multifamily. And the land use designation for the area known as R2/R4 is regional community commercial high density multifamily. The newly adopted general plan created one land use designation for the entire site of mixed use median 2. Therefore, the proposed amendment would align the zoning designation with the newly adopted general plan land use designation. SB 330, which is also known as Housing Crisis Act, requires city to review and evaluate the zoning amendment to ensure that all these changes would not constitute a downzoning for residential development and would adhere to no net loss provision of the state law. The proposed zoning amendment would increase the maximum allowable density from 34.8 dwelling unit per acre in R3 zoning district to 50 dwelling per acre in the R4 residential overlaying district. It will increase the maximum allowable FAR from 1.0 in R3 zoning district to 2.0 in R4 residential overlaying district. The proposed zoning amendment would reduce or keep the same development standards for lot size, setback, and height to further facilitate any future density increase for residential development. Therefore, there is no net loss in the residential capacity due to the zoning map amendment. The proposed project also consists of interior modifications without any exterior modifications. The original floor allows only live and work units in the R3 portion of the site, while allowing commercial and residential uses in a R2/R4 zoning district. The proposed new floor plan would allow office, commercial, and residential uses throughout the entire building. The proposed changes would keep the total floor area the same, and the applicant also proposed to keep the existing parking at 112 spaces, although there is no parking requirement for the project. It is important to know that all departments have reviewed these interior modifications and provided condition approval. Staff finalized the final version of condition approval, which will supersede the previous condition approval for PA 97-033. One important modification to emphasize is related to replacement of the 10 live-work units. Multiple condition approval will be modified, including the original condition approval, number 57, which will be deleted. The newly added condition approval require a minimum of 10 residential units. The units shall be in the same size or larger and then provide the same or greater number of the bedroom count as the proposed plan to be discussed by Planning Commission tonight. The project has been determined to exempt from further environmental review pursuant to CEQA guideline section 151A3 as the project is consistent with the general plan. The proposed zoning amendment is in alignment with the General Plan 2040, where an environmental impact report is adopted by City Council. For next steps, after Planning Commission, public comments. Okay. The applicant held a neighborhood meeting on September 19, 2023 2 neighbors attended the meeting. No public comments have been received. Staff completed the standard public noticing as listed on the slide. No public comments have been received. 1 neighbor provided 1 clarifying question, which has been addressed by staff. In terms of next steps, after Planning Commission make a recommendation, this project will be brought to City Council for final action. If the City Council approves the request, an ordinance will be introduced, which would be brought back to City Council for a second reading. The ordinance will be effective 30 days after the second reading. Staff recommends that Planning Commission adopt the ordinance to approve a zoning map amendment to rezone a portion of the site from R3 to R2-1/R4, adopt a resolution to approve the site plan and architectural review for interior changes and modification to the condition approval for planning application PA 97-033 to replace 10 live-work units with independent residential units, and determine that the project is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 151A3 based on the findings for approval and subject to the condition approval. Staff now concludes the presentation and is happy to answer any questions afterwards.
Thank you. Is there a presentation by the applicant?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mike Kastrop, and I apologize for my voice. I'm in the middle of a cold that my grandson gifted to me, and trying to get by it. If we could start with the slides. Well, for more than 2 decades, the building located at 1528 South El Camino, it's called the Ritz building, if you're an insider. And it's been an integral part of the San Mateo community, and it fosters a diverse range of public activities. They have incredible art and museums type exhibits inside the building. And there's children dance studios, and we recently put in some rooftop gardens. Originally designed in 1997, it was approved by the city in 98, with construction starting in 1999. The mixed-use establishment has served as a testament to our clients' commitment to sustainable development and urban vitality. Okay. Sorry, learning how this works. The zoning, it's very interesting. This building was originally designed and it straddles in the R3 zoning and the zone C2 R4 zonings, and was granted with conditions of approval and actually got an extra half a floor during the process. But the conditions at the time, notably at that time, live-work units were not included in the building code as they are now. And so it's a new concept, and it prompted very specific requirements within the conditions of approval. The 1990, oops, there we go, now it's working. Yeah, the 1998 plans, where the live-work units started on the second floor. All of these units were 2-story, going up to the 3rd floor. You can see them in the shaded. And then on the 3rd floor, we had several units that were then 2-story going up to the 4th floor. And so there were a lot of live-work units and stuff going on within that. Over the last 23 years, to the best of our knowledge, no live-work-based enterprises have occupied these spaces. Our client acquired the property in 2008, so we don't have the full history, but we haven't found anything to indicate that they ever have been. The units have been predominantly leased as conventional offices and various commercial businesses since inception. The issue recently came to light, sparking meaningful conversations between our client and the city. Our observation is that the demand for live workspaces is very limited within this local area. Let's see. So our proposal is we came up with a solution working with planning of amending the zoning map to make the entire parcel C2-1R4. And am I on the right plan? I don't think I am. What we propose is to take rezone this so that everything is, all the residential is on the backside facing the neighboring properties. And on the front side would be all commercial. And it's pretty straightforward that way. The only real changes that are proposed on the exterior of the building are we're adding 4 windows for egress, and there are 2 doors going out onto existing balconies. And if you look at the upper elevation there, it's a little square box. Indicates where that's happening, and they're done to mimic the rest of the building and to fit in and not be. I'm sorry. Yeah, the bottom elevation is as existing. Top one is what's proposed. So we do want to emphasize that the proposal is focused exclusively on repurposing existing spaces with no intentions to alter the building's footprint. Limited exterior modifications are proposed, as we just went over. We request that the Planning Commission approve the zoning map amendment and the modification of the original conditions of approval governing the building. Our intent is to facilitate a seamless transition that aligns with the current needs and dynamics of the community. In conclusion, we understand the significance of these proposed changes and the importance of their proper consideration. Our client is committed to working with the City of San Mateo and to ensure that any modifications are in harmony with our shared vision for sustainable growth and community enhancement. We appreciate your time and attention to this matter and are happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. So Ashley, at this time, do we have any public comments or questions?
If any members of the public want to comment on this item, please hand me a slip. And if any members on Zoom want to comment, please raise your hand at this time. Chair Ebnetter, we have one public commenter,
Thank you.
so the time will be 3 minutes. Kareem, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi there. Just curious. I had a question regarding that building. I used to work there, and egress and degress is absolutely horrible in that building alone. So I'm just curious as to what is the request or what's the application? What are they trying to do on that site? They're just trying to make live workspaces? If they're, yeah, and what they're actually requesting, and in regards to who's going to be in those spaces and how much square footage is actually going to be converted. And that's all I just was curious about. I'm online today because I wanted to give feedback for item number 4, but this was brought to my attention. So I'm just curious as to what the application that's submitted is, what are they actually requesting?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Ebnetter, we have no more public commenters for this item.
Thank you. We'll close the public comment period. And does staff want to respond to the one question that was asked?
Through the chair, yes. So the project actually required to replace the 10 live-work units and replace them with 10 independent residential units. And they will also keep the office space and commercial uses as currently exist in the building. So the entire floor plan will be reconfigured. So the proposed new residence uses will be a cumulative 9,000 square feet. The original condition approval required a minimum 540 square feet per unit for residential uses. Therefore, they provide more than enough floor area for residential uses.
Through the chair, good evening, Manira Santhir, Planning Manager. If I could also add that the reconfiguration of the interior spaces will be subject to building permit review, and the ingress and egress and fire safety requirements would also be reviewed through that process. So the project will be required to receive building permits to make sure the building is up to code. Thank you.
Thanks to both of you. Okay, we'll close the public comment period. And do we have questions from the commission for either staff or the applicant?
I have a question. Okay. I don't know, maybe now is the time that I should state on the record that I live within 1,000 feet of the project, and I received notification because I'm a nearby resident. However, I have no financial interest or other conflict of interest of any sort, and I'm able to be an unbiased decision maker. So having said that, my quick question is, there was a comment that, or it was noted in the presentation that that this does not create a net decrease in residential, but does this change have the potential to become a net increase in allowable capacity for residential?
Through the chair, yes, this will be considered as app zoning. Essentially, we'll increase the residential density per the zoning ordinance.
Yeah.
However, currently, the applicant do not propose any new residential units.
Right, but ultimately, the change to the zoning map that would take place now as part of this would allow for that in the future. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I do have one question, and what was the original intent for that was granted for the increased floor rate ratio being 10 live units? Why was that granted by council and/or commission? Do we know?
According to the 1998 agenda report to the council, because this area is located to the south of El Camino Rio, the then general plan allows for the proposed development, especially for mixed-use development with a residential component, to go up to 55 feet. And then they also document, because they provide additional landscaping and additional street setback, which is considered as amenity beyond the city's requirement. Therefore, they received density, intensity, and height increase as a bonuses.
Okay. So this brings me back to an item that was before the commission years ago, and it was the ice rink over at Bridgepoint Shopping Center. And there was a condition on that project that there be an active ice, there be an ice rink there or a recreational facility. And the way that the applicant tried to get around that requirement was they had an ice rink, but they weren't leasing it or using it. Would there be any incident here where we would want to say to the applicant as a condition that 80% of these units need to be actively rented, or would there be any reason to go that route?
Through the chair, currently there is no condition approval in the proposed draft condition approval require those units to be occupied.
Yeah, because, I mean, it didn't work last time, but we do have a different configuration.
Through the chair, Mazarine Vicaria, Assistant City Attorney. I think we should perhaps not impose such a condition. We don't have any other mechanism for regular apartments that are being built, for example, to impose such a condition. And so I'm not sure that that would be legally advised at this time. The resolution calls for the zoning amendment and for the conversion of the live-work to residential units, and I would strongly urge the commission not to impose the suggested condition.
Okay, it was just a thought. I can't imagine them not being rented at a very regular basis. Yet, if it was a concession for a larger floor area, I would think that you would want some guarantee, but I won't push it. Just curious about what the original intent was and why it didn't work and how we could ensure that they do get occupied.
Well, and I have a related question, I guess. I mean, just to kind of confirm or clarify, and it sort of, I think, might answer the member of the public that spoke. I mean, so my understanding is this is a code enforcement item. In other words, you know, this is a solution to correct a problem that that has been, you know, an outstanding problem. And so this would help to solve that problem with the thought that hopefully they will get rented as opposed to just being commercial space. Mm-hmm. Do I have that right, that this was a code enforcement issue? I think I saw it in the packet.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Yeah, okay.
Through the chair, I actually do have a question. The question I have is there any unit mix requirement within any prior conditions of approval as far as for 1, 2, 3 bedrooms or studios?
There's no such condition approval.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Do we want?
Sorry, just to double check what I just heard. I thought I had read that the original approval sort of contemplated 1 bedrooms. So 10 units, you know, in a live-work fashion, 1 bedroom, 10 total bedrooms were expected to be created. Is that, am I making that up?
That's on the data form.
It is 10.
10, okay.
10 one-bedroom.
So as a unit mix, to Commissioner Nugent's question, were you asking about the original unit mix as a requirement?
No, I'm asking if there's a legal requirement to have a certain mix of unit types.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Clarifying the clarification, Thank you.
So that brings up one other minor question. Would this be considered a multi-tenant building now, 10 residential units? Is that? Are there any requirements on a 10-unit building referring to reduced rents or anything of that sort?
Through the chair, I'm unsure if there are any such requirements. We did certainly look at the inclusionary standards, and they do not apply to this project because it's under our threshold of 11 units, and it's also preserving, you know, the existing original approved mix or, you know, number of units. So therefore, the inclusionary standards do not apply to this project.
Because it's under 11.
Because it's under 11 and it's not changing from what was originally approved.
Perfect, great. All right, are we ready to vote on this?
Through the chair, did we just finish clarifying questions, and would we move to commissioner discussion next?
Sure.
Through the chair, could I start that?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll keep it brief. I'm supportive of this. I remember years back when live-work units seemed to be very popular. And I think we should support as a diversity of types of housing options. So while I feel like it's unfortunate that it didn't work out for those to sort of succeed, what I'm seeing here is there's a applicant and staff working together to find a creative solution to a bit of a unique situation. Given that those, if you look at the original COAs, I started to wonder if there's a reason that they were difficult to lease based on the way the conditions were originally written. But in any case, you had 10 bedrooms, what it was contemplated in 1998, and you've now got 11 beds, as I count it. So taking steps, investing dollars, I don't worry about them being empty because they're investing dollars to create units that'll actually be used. And while we're at it, doing the zoning cleanup. So I didn't really have too many comments other than say I'm supportive, and if we should continue seeking to support a diverse set of housing options, but 10 units in this location that actually get rented sounds good to me. So those are all my comments. Thank you.
Through the chair, my one and only comment is more just a second eye on the design. And I just want to note that I am a little concerned about apartment 6 and apartment 9's windowless living space between the living room and the kitchen. And I want to recommend to the applicant that those not be 1-bedroom units, but studio units, just to allow light to enter through the entire depth of those 2 units, because they are long and narrow. Alternatively, if there's some reason why the applicant is dead set on having 1-bedroom units in these 2 apartments, then perhaps creating a double door pocket doors between the bedroom and the living space that could be opened and allow for light to enter into the living space. Otherwise, the living room and the kitchen is just going to be a dark hole without natural light. Again, I would recommend either studios or opening up the bedroom with double doors. Ideally pocket doors, but also double swinging doors would be fine. Yeah, it was just a design comment on this.
Thank you for shedding light on that. Any other comments?
Did you have any comments, Seema?
I do not, thank you.
I appreciate Commissioner Nugent's comments, since I'm usually the one looking at windows and light and air. I was a little bit confused as to whether or not the proposed plans, anyway, that I had some confusion, I think, with my documents anyway. So I agree with that. I also appreciate the comments from Commissioner Ebneter Chair Ebneter, that it didn't work when it was live-work units to have them rented as residential, but maybe in this climate where we have much more demands these days on housing crisis, hopefully this will solve the problem. I see, the benefit of this is that this application is cleaning up, issues with zoning, which is sort of strange how the site is divided, into 2 zones, and that the actual uses aren't, will make more sense with this amendment to the zoning map. So I am in support of it.
Thank you. Do we want to bring this to a vote?
Through the chair, I will motion to adopt an ordinance to approve a zoning map amendment to rezone a portion of the site from R3 to C2-1/R4, And adopt a resolution to approve the site plan and architectural review for interior changes and modifications to the conditions of approval for planning application PA-1997-033 to replace 10 live-work units with independent residential units, and to determine the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15183, based on the findings for approval and subject to the conditions of approval.
Through the chair, could I just clarify, is your motion a recommendation to the city council for those?
Sorry, yes. My
Okay.
motion is to recommend to City Council to adopt all of those things and make that determination.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I will second that recommendation.
Can we have a vote, please, Ashley?
Yes, for the vote, Chair Ebnetter,
Yes?
Vice Chair Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Nugent,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiggins,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Great. Passes 5-0, and we will take a 20-minute break. Thank you. So we'll bring the meeting back to order. And Ashley, can you introduce the next item, please?
Item number 3, item from March 26, 2024, adjourned Planning Commission meeting, appeal of a zoning administrator decision to approve a third-story addition to an existing two-story single-family residence at 619 West 39th Avenue, PA 2023-017.
Thank you. We will start with staff presentation, followed by an appellant presentation, an applicant presentation, and public comments. The appellant and applicant will each be given up to 15 minutes each to present, and members of the public are given 2 to 3 minutes to speak, depending on the number of speakers. The appellant may also be given up to 5 minutes at the end to respond. Once the public hearing is closed, the chair may ask staff to respond to any public comments, and the commission will ask clarifying questions, deliberate, and make a recommendation to City Council. Finally, if a decision is made tonight, the Planning Commission decision on this project can be appealed to the City Council within 10 calendar days. Can we please have staff presentation?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Ralph Robinson, a consultant associate planner with the city, and I'll be presenting this item, the appeal of a second-story addition at 619 West 39th Avenue. Is this doing anything? There we go. Yeah. Let's do this. Okay. So some brief background on how we got to this point. So the applicant held the required neighborhood informational meeting on January 23rd of last year. They then finished up their application and submitted end of March. In the ensuing months, staff completed their review, and we had a couple of resubmittals, hence that time frame. But the application was deemed complete end of November. We then sent out the required neighborhood notice on December 8th for the zoning administrator decision. We then issued that approval on January 3rd. The reason for that gap is we were trying to avoid any overlap between the holidays and the appeal period. We then received the appeal on January 12th from Catherine Dowdy, which brings us here this evening. So quickly getting to the project specifics. The site is located at 619 West 39th Avenue, southwest of Alameda de las Pulgas. It's an upsloping lot. The site is zoned R1B for one-family dwellings and has a parcel area of 6,165 square feet. You can see in the image here, we have the project site and then the applicant property, which adjoins it to the rear. Now, the proposal is for a 438 square foot third-story addition to an existing 1,891 square foot two-story single-family residence. There's also an existing attached 693 square foot two-car garage. Also included with the project is a 100 square foot remodel on the existing second story and the legalization of an unpermitted 29 square foot bathroom. Here you can see the existing residence on the left and a rendering of the residence with that proposed addition on the right side. The project is subject to the requirements of Chapter 2718 of the Municipal Code. Now, the overall proposed floor area after the addition will be 3,022 square feet, which is within the maximum allowed for the property of 3,033 square feet. The project also proposes an overall building height of 27 feet 6 inches when measured to the roof peak and 24 feet when measured to the highest plate line, both of which are within the district's height limits of 32 feet to the roof peak and 24 feet to the building plate line. The R&B district does not have a limit on the number of stories. Now, staff also found the project to be in substantial conformance with the design guidelines, which require that the project be compatible with both the existing home and the surrounding neighborhood, as well as take into consideration view and privacy impacts. The project was found to be compatible with both the existing residence and surrounding neighborhood and designed with sensitivity to views and privacy. We will give a bit more overview on those specific considerations when we get into the grounds of appeal. Now, as noted, the required neighborhood informational meeting prior to the application was held on January 23rd, which the applicant provided the required 10-day notice of. There was one attendee for that meeting, the neighbor to the right of the property at 3901 Marshall Ave. They expressed concerns at that time about view impacts from that addition. In response, the applicant moved that area of addition further to the left side of the residence in order to mitigate those concerns. There is a summary of that comment that was received, the applicant's response, and the resulting change that was made that was included as attachment 8 to the meeting materials. Now, following staff review, we also held, of course, the 10-day required public comment period prior to the zoning administrator decision. During that time, we received an initial comment from the applicant with similar concerns to what we're going to hear tonight. Staff overviewed those concerns with the applicant at the time, and we still, at that time, found the project to be in conformance with all the zoning code and design guideline requirements, and so the approval was issued as noted. So following that January 23rd approval, we did receive the appeal within 10 business days. Now we'll give an overview of the reasons for that appeal as provided by the applicant, beginning with concerns for neighborhood conformance. Now the design guidelines provide guidance for respecting neighborhood scale, stating that when there's a common shape or size of building that exists in the neighborhood, project shall, quote, respect the scale of the neighborhood through building sizes and shapes compatible with the houses in the neighborhood, end quote. Design guidelines do not place a limit on the number of stories or building heights, however. While third stories are not common in the neighborhood, the project does take several approaches to respect the neighborhood scale. First is that it does comply with the zoning district's maximum building heights, as we've overviewed. Due to the upslope of the lot from the street, this third-story addition will actually appear as a second story from two sides of the property. The third story also has a much smaller footprint than the story below, 438 square feet compared to 1,891 for that lower story, which helps to reduce the visual massing of that upper story. In addition, the new area will maintain the existing materials that are there on the house now, vertical board siding, as well as brick veneer, and the hip roof shape. These materials and the roof design are very common throughout the neighborhood, and the hip roof will also further reduce the visible mass of the third story. Now for some additional context, we went around the neighborhood and took some photos of other houses in the area. So as we mentioned, third stories, not particularly common, but there are other situations where we have this condition of a garage level, kind of main area above that, and then an additional story above. You can see that in particular with the example at 3718 Wilshire, and a bit as well as 3901 Marshall. The other two examples I think are good examples of houses that really have greater massing than what this house is going to present after the addition. So really just making the point that we're not really breaking any new ground or doing anything unusual for the neighborhood context with this project. Secondly, getting into concerns related to view and privacy impacts. Now, the design guidelines do provide parameters for evaluating both view and privacy impacts, stating that windows should be carefully planned to account for those impacts. Now, the design guidelines do not prohibit view blockages, but they do encourage additions to be designed to minimize any view impacts. Recommended methods include configuring living space where it will have less view impact, increasing setbacks of second-story additions, lowering roof plate heights for upper-story additions, as well as choosing roof forms that would minimize the mass of an addition. Now, to reduce the impacts for views for neighboring properties uphill and to the rear of this project site, the project does locate the addition over the left side of the existing second story, so that is away from the right side and rear neighbors in this case. The addition, as we noted, has a relatively small footprint compared to the lower story and maintains the same hip roof shape as the existing house to minimize that massing further. Also, the third-story windows are offset as recommended and required from neighboring windows so as not to present privacy impacts from neighboring yards and living areas. Now, to provide a visual demonstration of any potential view impacts, The applicant, prior to submittal, did voluntarily install story poles to demonstrate the mass and height of the proposed addition. So you can see in the photograph provided here, which is also within sheet A11 of the project plans in the meeting materials, you can see a corner of that proposed addition. This is taken from a dining room window at the applicant's property. We have some additional photos of this view coming up as well. Now, the design guidelines also encourage view equity, whereby no single parcel should enjoy a greater view than other similar parcels. This proposed project does not appear to compromise the view of a neighboring parcel in order to enjoy a greater view, given that the project site is downhill from the applicant's property and is designed with sensitivity to existing views from neighboring properties. So here are some additional views, and these were photos recently taken by staff at 3909 Marshall, which is the applicant's property. So on the left, we have the dining room window view. So in this case, we don't still have the story poles, but if you recall from our previous slide, there is a portion of that addition that you can see to the left of that telephone pole. And then we also have a kitchen window view where, again, through that vegetation is the area where that addition will be. The addition does not present any blockage to the primary view, which is still maintained to both the left and right of that addition, as well as actually over the top of that addition. And you can see that area is pretty well obscured by both vegetation and the existing power lines. Now, there were some additional concerns noted in the applicant's appeal materials. First, they noted a possible fire safety issue due to vegetation at the rear of the property growing up into the power lines above. Now, flipping back to our kitchen window view, so you can see that vegetation. So we still have this, again, this is a recent photo. So we still have some clearance to those power lines. They are within the telephone lines below, but it is staff's understanding that the applicant will be responsible for any future maintenance of that vegetation to ensure all required fire safety standards for PG&E. Now, the applicant's letter also asserts the addition will create a wind tunnel effect. However, the zoning code and design guidelines do not regulate this type of issue for single-family projects. Lastly, the letter notes the applicant did not receive the required notice for the neighborhood informational meeting until after the meeting took place. That meeting, again, was held on January 23rd of last year. Notices are required to be sent out at least 10 days prior to that meeting date. The application material stated the notices were mailed on January 11th, and the city received a copy of that notice that was postmarked on January 12th, confirming compliance with this 10-day requirement. Now, that notice also states that neighbors can arrange an alternative time to meet with the applicant if they are unable to attend the neighborhood meeting. The applicant confirmed they received the notice and they've been aware of the project, but were not able to attend the meeting at that time. The applicant also received later on the required legal notice of the pending zoning administrator decision, which led to their eventual comments and then appeal, which we are doing here this evening. Now, the project is categorically exempt under Class 1. This is a small addition to an existing structure. So as a final overview, given that the project meets all the applicable policies and regulations, staff is recommending the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to deny the appeal and uphold the initial zoning administrator decision approving the single-family dwelling design review for the addition. This concludes my presentation, but I'm available for any questions, and we also have the applicant and applicant here to make presentations as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the appellant have a presentation to make?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ricky Deutsch, and I am here representing, not representing, but giving the verbal presentation that was prepared by Catherine Doty. She has medical issues that impede her ability to talk properly. So my role here is to read her position. Questions can be directed to her, and hopefully she'll be able to answer those. If not, I will try to voice them for her. So I am not a party to this exercise. I'm merely speaking in her stead. First, I want to do a quote. I have several pages I'd like to read. I believe that you have these. If not, they are part of the record. I also will be showing photographs to support her presentation. Quote, now this is Catherine speaking. I'm a retired special education teacher. I was born, raised, and married at 3909 Marshall Avenue, San Mateo. It's not just a rental to me, it's my home. I own the home that is currently rented at 3909 Marshall Avenue. I'm appealing the current approved plans of the third-story addition at 619 West 39th Avenue. The proposed addition can be accomplished in ways that don't negatively impact the neighborhood visual integrity, blocking primary views with a tall 3-story addition that invade neighbors' privacy. I'm requesting other options be considered. On the notification issues, the City of San Mateo neighborhood notification and meeting process states, and I quote, "The San Mateo City Council and Planning Commissions have established a planning application neighborhood notification and review process to ensure that there is resident involvement early in the land development process. The process is intended to familiarize the surrounding property owners and residents, business owners, neighborhood associations, and interested persons of the proposed project," unquote. In fact, I was deprived of participation at the early January 2024 Zoom planning meeting. I didn't receive the notice until after the meeting. I then notified Margot McCann, the owner of the 619 West 39th Avenue property, the project as we're speaking about, her architect, and the planning department that I was denied participation. I learned from my next door neighbor on Marshall Avenue, Brandon Way, that storyboards outlining the shape and height of the proposed structure were erected on the project's roof for a short time, a development I was not informed of either. By the time I did learn of the storyboards, they had been taken down. The City of San Mateo neighborhood notifications and meeting process and the intent of the Brown Act have not been followed. The project has advanced without input from me, and I have concerns about its impact on my property's privacy, security, views, and value. Again, I am requesting other options be considered. The hedges growing in the utility wires are not permanent, but a building structure is, much more so. I will talk again about the hedges later. While at a planning department Zoom meeting on Tuesday, the 23rd of February, scheduled to instruct me on what I needed to do to file an appeal, Rendell Bustos, City of San Mateo senior planner, suggested that a possible solution to the view obstruction problem could be mitigated by putting a flat roof on the proposed third-story addition. I think it is a good idea and should be considered going forward. I have made numerous inquiries regarding the project. I finally received a copy of the approved plans for it on March 20, 2024, 6 days before the original hearing date, very late in the process. I was also sent an incorrect information about it. I received a photo of a view taken from my property, and I'd like to show you a series of pictures, and we'll start out with picture 1. Picture 1 should be on your monitors for a closer view. Picture 1 is an image having a red line and an arrow supposedly demonstrating the proposed third-story roof peak. Please note, hard copies are available for all images shown here today. In fact, I now know, after obtaining a copy of the approved plans for the project, that the arrow points to the proposed roof eave, not the roof peak. The addition's roof peak is much higher, approximately 3 feet 2 inches, and this roof will substantially impact the view from my property. Briefly, here's an overhead view of the neighborhood indicating both of these concerned properties. It's picture 2. Briefly, there is an overhead view of the neighborhood indicating both of the concerned properties, as shown in picture 2. The third-story addition does not conform to the neighborhood's existing 1- and 2-story homes. Some examples, and we'll go to picture 3. A view of my home on Marshall Avenue, and here's views of 1- and 2-story homes on Marshall Avenue. Pictures 4 through 9. Next, a picture 10, of the project house at 619 West 39th Avenue. Finally, some pictures of neighborhood homes on West 39th. This will be pictures 11 through 16. My view of the Western Hills has already been substantially blocked by the second-story addition built at 3901 Marshall Avenue. Additions do make a difference, as shown with these pictures. This is picture 17. This, taken from the 3909 Marshall dining room window in 1975, just after a rare snowfall, shows the neighboring house in the lower right corner with the closest portion yet to receive a second-story addition. And this, picture 18, is the view taken after the addition. As stated in my opening, the proposed addition can be accomplished in ways that are less impactful to the neighborhood generally and my property specifically. This could be accomplished in a number of ways in three alternatives. Alternative A, shown in picture 19. Use the currently approved proposal plan for a third-story addition, but in lieu of the hipped roofs with a 4-inch in 12 slope, use a flat roof. This reduces the maximum roof elevation by about 3 feet. Alternative B, we're going to picture 20. Relocate the addition to above the home's existing family room to reduce impact on my property's view. Note that the family room floor is about 2 feet lower than the home's main floor, and so an addition here with a flat roof would have a correspondingly lower maximum height. Alternative C, in picture 21. Build an attached single-story accessory dwelling unit in the backyard in lieu of the proposed addition. And hard copies of these images are available to you. Next, I would like to address the overgrowth of bushes on the project property. This is in photograph 22. As they grow up into the communication wires. This made it difficult for the city to get an accurate picture from Marshall to 39th. I was able to get a picture of the views by aiming my camera over the bushes, shown in picture 23. These bushes have been referred to the PG&E tree trimming program to cut them to below the wires. This referral was made by a PG&E fire inspector and Mr. Ray Delgado, communications engineer and president of the Structure Leasing and Engineering. Ray has more than 30 years' experience consulting, permitting, contracting, and inspection of underground and aerial utility lines. Finally, concerning the importance of views to a property, Realtor Susan Kokas wrote to me on March 24th, 2014, the following, and I quote, "Dear Planning and Building, I have recently was notified that you are having a meeting regarding building a third story at 619 West 39th Avenue, San Mateo. My client's property is located at 3909 Marshall Avenue, San Mateo. This third story would greatly impact my client's property in a very negative way and also does not match the integrity and aesthetics of the neighborhood. Views are very important in retaining the value of a property, and I'm well aware that the building in all areas is a normal process. A third story is not, and not only not necessary, but truly an eyesore for all the neighborhood. I have composed a list of all properties sold within a quarter mile of both properties, and as you can see, not one of them have a third story. We'll go to pictures 24 through 31. Thank you for your time. Signed, Susan Caucus. Call or text me at 650-430-5524. Realtor, top agent from 2019 through 2023 for the Peninsula Silicon Valley by volume. She is in the top 10% of the agent network. The company is the Caucus Group, Realtor, Golden Gate Sotheby's International Realty. Her phone number and address are listed on this document. Unquote. It is my position that the proposed project will negatively affect the value and future desirability of 3909 Marshall Avenue, and I'm requesting that the Planning Commission adopt a mitigating alternative for the project at 619 West 39th Avenue to move forward. This concludes my presentation, and thank you for your consideration. Are there any questions? Signed, Catherine Doty, 4/23/24, unquote, on her statement. If there's any questions, I believe Catherine can take them, and if she can't speak, I'd be glad to relay those to you.
At this time, I think we would like to go to the presentation by the applicant and then come back to questions after that is presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a clicker? Hi. Oh, thank you. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Stephen Leslie. I'm the architect, also a resident of San Mateo. The homeowner is not present here. She was too nervous and upset to come through this whole process. As presented by the city planning staff, we have conformed to all zoning codes. We presented our design to our neighbors personally and conducted the required neighborhood meeting. We received some concern about how the addition would affect the views towards San Francisco, downtown San Francisco. To make sure that we did not block any major views, we constructed a story pole that was not required. However, to appeal to our immediate neighbors concerned, we constructed the story pole, which follows, as opposed to what the appellant says, the story pole, and I gave a story pole plan to the contractor. The story pole has poles at each corner of the addition and at each hip and ridge peak. So, and then you connect that with the ribbons that you can see. So you actually saw the outline of everything you're going to see with the addition. We have, I don't even know how to use this, but I have a, which do I click? I'm new to this. If it's hard to see because it's a little fuzzy, but you can see the story pole, barely a sliver right there from this view from 3909 Marshall. As a result of these photos, we redesigned the project and we shifted the second story over 3.5 feet to minimize the views. There's also the view of, so this is actually 3901 of the neighbor who was going to be affected, but the view is on the left-hand side. Clear, it's very clear that downtown San Francisco. You can't. It's a lot easier on my computer when it's clear that you can see it. I don't know if you can see it in this fuzzy picture, but you can clearly see it, and it's to the left of that tree that's hanging above. Despite all our efforts, we still received complaints from one of our neighbors, the appellant. I have read their appeal to the approval to the city zoning administrator and have a few rebuttals. To me, it's obvious that the 2 letters that they wrote to the city was a fishing attempt to list any issue that they can think of and over-dramatize each item. Number 1, the 3-story residence. The addition, in essence, is a 2-story design. Because of the slope of the property, the garage is down below, let's see, is down below, and then the main living is up above, which is the second story, and then we have a third story above that. If you can see from the elevations from the backside, it looks like a two-story, and from the left-hand side, in essence, it's a two-story. And as the city staff said, we are well below the maximum height that's allowed. The project number 2, the appellant says the project severely, I put quotes, severely blocks my primary view. That is not severely in my book. You can barely see a sliver of the story pole, and this is the most effective view from their house, barely. It's unbelievable. So I don't know what severely means, but certainly that's not severely. I'll appeal to your judgment on that. Item number 3, the project violates privacy. No windows are going to be seen from their window to our window on the left side. If anything about privacy is that since they are above us, they're peering over us. If anything, we would receive privacy issues, not the other way around. Item number 4, affect desirability of their property. This is so minimal that it's not even an issue. The argument their realtor that they came that's going to make this project severely and negative impact is, in my book, ridiculous. I mean, you can't even hardly see it from here. Number 5, the project does not meet city guidelines. Well, we do. We've got a report. It meets city guidelines. There's no, in spite of what they might say about the Brown Act and other options, things like that. I've been an architect here for 34 years, submitting dozens and dozens and dozens of additions and remodels, and all I know from the city planning is they don't let you slide on anything. If you're 1 inch over on anything, they'll call you on it. So we are within. Number 6, fire hazard. Overgrown hedges. I don't know where this comes from, but you can clearly see that the power lines are well above the trees. That's not even an argument. And the fact that the owner has the trees trimmed every 2 years. She gave me receipts of those. If you want them, I can give them to you. And also PG&E is also responsible. I know where I live, they come every other year and trim my trees to keep it away from their power lines. Number 7, the project will create a wind tunnel. Really? I'm not even going to respond to that one. That's ridiculous. Number 8, they say that they weren't notified of the neighborhood meeting. We sent out the letters. We actually get the labels from the city. They give us all the neighbors within the radius that they propose. I send them out. If it went to the address at 3909, I am assuming the renter got it and never gave it to her, but that's on them, not me. We sent them out. Number 10, the neighbors said that this project will cause severe consequences to their home. Again, severe, really? You can barely see it. In fact, when you look at this, the power lines there, our addition is behind those trees. You can't even see the height of the roof behind these trees. As far as a flat roof, no. I mean, that would not be consistent to the neighborhood if we had an ugly flat roof that was on this addition. It's conforming. It would look incompatible to the neighborhood if we had a horrible flat roof. So I appeal to your judgment to, I mean, we're not impacting them at all anyway with the hip roofs. This concludes, oh, they did show a photo of another project that blocked their view. That's not our house. That's another neighbor's house. So it's kind of interesting that they use somebody else to show her impact, but we're giving no impact from us. That concludes my presentation. I just appeal to your fairness in this, and I thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I have to make a comment here which I wasn't aware of a certain situation concerning this development. Up until 10 minutes ago when Mr. Leslie got up and presented, I did not know that he was representing this applicant in this project. And he and I did have a brief business relationship about 10 years ago. And I have subsequently retired from that firm, and I wanted to make sure that in an abundance of caution that I expose that or relay that and make sure there isn't any type, could never be any type of perceived misconduct on my part. We're good? Okay. So here we'll go to public comment, please.
If anyone in the audience wants to comment on this item, please hand me a speaker slip. And anybody online, please raise your hand at this time. Chair of Nutter, we have no public commenters.
Okay, thank you. We'll close the public comment period. So would the appellant want to respond to the applicant's presentation for 5 minutes or not?
Okay, due to her medical condition on her voice, I'm going to try to relay.
Yeah, the bushes have been referred to the fire department. They've deemed them a fire hazard. They're in the communication lines. And
Let me see if we can just go directly.
the bushes that are obstructing the view have been referred to by the fire, the people at PG&E who determine if something's a fire hazard. It's been referred there, and by Ray Delgado, a communications engineer, and so they are slated to be cut below the phone lines, which will change the view. So it's.
Was there another concern? Did you want us to go through all of his points?
Through the chair, this is just your 5 minutes to rebut anything that you want.
Okay, and the other thing is, they may have mailed the notification to me. I did not receive it until after the meeting, and as soon as I received it, I notified all involved, saying that I hadn't received it, and I was not allowed to participate because I had concerns and some other ideas, and it didn't happen, and so I was prevented from participating, and I did contact everyone and try to participate along the way, but they kept moving on without participation from me. And so this is actually like coming up with the other plans, perhaps, to mitigate the impact. This is the first I've been able to present them. So I wasn't notified. And that, again, is certainly not, whether it's a violation of the Brown Act, it's certainly not within the intent of the Brown Act of participation, nor is it within the stated information within San Mateo's rules for participation. Plus, it also states of, like from views and stuff in the San Mateo instructions, it says, could other situations be considered, the shape of the roof or things like that in an attempt to mitigate the problems. That's it, I think.
You have a minute and a half. I think you might want to mention the alternatives, which provided a fantastic solution to both parties.
Yes, fantastic solution to both parties. Yes, I don't want to stop the applicant from being able to achieve what she wants us to achieve, but I'd certainly strongly advise that some of the, whether it's the three alternatives that we considered, whether they are what you'd like to address or come up with something else.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't know if staff would like to respond to the appellant's questions or concerns. I know that they have been addressed in the report. Is there any follow-up conversations or points that you would like to make?
Yes, I'll just briefly note, so regarding the neighborhood notification that was sent before the neighborhood informational meeting, January of last year, we did confirm that the addresses provided included both the 3909 Marshall address as well as the applicant's primary residence in Woodside, where they reside. So we included both of those addresses. And then, again, not necessarily relevant to this project, but regarding the 3901 Marshall, that other addition to a neighboring house, that was for an ADU addition above the garage, which doesn't require any notification, and we can only apply objective standards there, so no typical design guidelines with that. So again, that's a situation where we have this other project that has informed the, the impact or response to this project. But again, that's a case where all, requirements were followed by staff for that. So that's all.
Thank you. At this point, we'll bring it back to the commission for clarifying questions of both staff and applicant. Do we also address the appellant or just, yeah, okay. Great. So questions to staff?
Should I start? I have questions.
Sure.
Okay. All right, I have a couple quick questions. Some are for staff and two are for staff and two are for the architect. So just really minor items. I noticed that the data sheet had a mistake on it, I think. It says the FAR should be 50% of 6,000 square feet, right? If you look, and then there's a thing in parentheses that says 50% of 3,000. And anyway, it all adds up to the correct number on the data sheet, but I just wanted to confirm it's 50% of the lot size, and then over until 6,000 square feet, and then over that it was 20%.
That's correct, yes. So
Okay.
50% 6,000, then 20% for 100 and something odd square feet. whatever it
Okay,
was.
so yeah, great. Then everything else lined up and made sense to me and was in compliance from what I could tell. So then the other question I just wanted to clarify with you was the neighborhood meeting in January 2023 or January 2024? I feel like there was references to both of those.
Neighborhood meeting was January of 2023, and then the eventual application wasn't until March of 2023, and then completed November
Okay.
2023.
Okay, I guess I must have misheard somewhere along the line something about this January. Okay, and then a couple quick questions for the architect, just to kind of confirm my understanding. My understanding is that the plate heights for the new addition are at 8 foot, which is like standard, not
Yes.
asking for anything grander than
Yes.
sort of
8
standard.
feet.
Yeah,
We kept
okay.
it low.
Okay, something I've kind of commented on other projects, an easy way to keep
Yeah.
things lower in massing. And then what is the slope of the new roof? Is it like 4 and 12?
4 and 12.
So 4 and
like
12.
standard.
Standard.
Yeah, we
for
didn't go extra high.
Yeah.
If
Okay.
and if it was a flat roof, there'd probably be mechanical equipment on it, which would be uglier. And if we had added over the family room like she's proposing, it would be closer to her and actually have more impact than this. But
Yeah.
anyway.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, and a flat roof is never actually flat, so there is
Yeah, you have to
some-
get the water off.
Yeah, so, okay, I just want to confirm the 4 and 12. Thank
Yes.
you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions? And how do we want to move on to comments? If there are any?
Through the chair, I'll go first just to start from this end. I don't really have any comments other than it's unfortunate that this proposed addition has caused challenges for the neighbors. And I can't see anything that was sort of not done in compliance with the standards that are out there. It's well within the allowable height. And so it's regrettable that it's causing stress to everyone. But I don't see any reason to support the appeal. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you.
Through the chair, the city of San Mateo has a number of neighborhoods that are older and some are newer. Many of the older neighborhoods have buildings that were built prior to zoning being implemented within the city, and many of them have currently non-conforming uses and non-conforming structures. And so when we as a body look at whether a new structure or new addition is conforming to the character of a neighborhood, we're looking at whether it is within the zoning code requirements and whether there are structures within that neighborhood that may be non-conforming, but also providing good character to the neighborhood. And when a project proposes something that is beyond what the limits of the zoning are, perhaps through discretionary means, that's when we as a body should really look to see if it still captures what the neighborhood is trying to achieve aesthetically and for whatever other issues that the zoning code is trying to cover. In this case, the project is in conformance with all zoning codes, which is the most concrete way to determine whether or not a project is capturing the desired character of a neighborhood. You don't get much more concrete than that. And it's why architects and designers are often very doggedly tasked to maintain a project within those criteria to avoid any sort of discretionary issues. And this is one of those cases.
Thank you, Adam.
Through the chair, I don't have many comments. I agree with my fellow commissioners. This project conforms to the zoning code and meets the single-family dwelling design guidelines. So I also do not see any grounds to approve the appeal.
Thank you. Margaret?
I'll just make a few comments. I'll try to keep them brief. So thank you all for your presentations and all the work on this. I do think it's important to be aware that neighboring properties should be considered in the design of a second floor addition. And I do think this is really more of a second floor addition than a third floor addition, although there are multiple levels in the house. I would consider it a second floor addition. But in any case, this project is not right next door to the appellant, and the things that are typically considered are, light, air, privacy, views for a neighbor that is, 10 feet away, 15 feet away, rather close across the property line. And this is backyard to backyard. So I would say that the project and the area of the addition is not close to the appellant's house. So, and I guess along with that, I wanted to note that I appreciate the fact that the architect went the extra mile, put the story poles up so that they could be viewed, made adjustments for the next door neighbor to, respect their privacy and adjacencies because they are rather close. They're right next door. So I think the team did everything that they could to create a good neighbor project. They kept the plate height to 8 feet when we see a lot of projects here that go to 9 feet or more for sort of a typical size house when it's not, in my opinion, really necessary in kind of a standard size house. It might make sense if it was a really big home or something. But so in this case, I like that the massing was kept to a standard 8-foot height, and the roof slope is nothing out of the ordinary. It's a standard roof height, or roof slope. I think to put a flat roof on this would be incongruent with the design of the house and the design of all the neighboring houses, and it would look like an addition plopped on top of the house. To put an addition on top of this house that has a hipped roof design is what's the word I'm looking for, is complementary to the existing design of the house. So in my mind, the addition will blend nicely with the house and the neighborhood. I don't see that privacy is as much of an issue as what we're hearing because it's the lower property, and typically the concern is of a higher house or a second floor addition looking down and into the yard or windows of the lower property or the lower level. That won't be the case with this house because this house, the project house, is lower on the lower street. So I don't really see how that is an issue. So I think and again, the current design, I think, blends into the current massing and design of the house. And I guess the last thing I was going to say is the views, fortunately, are of foliage and greenery, and they do appear to be below the wires. I think they can be maintained to clear the wires, but also maintained to create some screening for the neighbors and the project. And hopefully everyone can come to an agreement with PG&E as well on what's the best way to maintain that foliage. So in my opinion, the Planning and Zoning Administrator reviewed the project, came to the appropriate decisions about the project, meeting the requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. These are always difficult situations for staff and for the appellant and the applicant to work through. And it's the last resort to have to come to the commission and ask for some findings that support the appellant. And I think one of the most important components of it is to make sure that everyone feels as if they've been heard and their concerns have been addressed properly by staff and by the commission. And I hope, Ms. Doherty, if that's how you pronounce your name, you feel that you have been heard this evening and that we do understand the conflicts that you may be feeling. Yet, as the fellow commissioners have said, we really can't find any reasons to deny this application because of what you have just been presented with, and also with the same knowledge that staff had supplied previously. I'll apologize for any confusion on noticing or not getting you involved in an earlier discussions that you would have liked. But I also feel that this appellant is not going to go forward. Do we need to take a vote on this?
Through the chair, I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution to deny the appeal of the zoning administrator's decision to approve the single-family dwelling design review, SFDDR.
I'll second the motion.
Great.
And for the vote, Chair Ebnetter,
Yes.
Vice Chair Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Nugent,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiggins,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
We'll close that period, and can we take a brief 10-minute recess prior to starting item number 4? back to order. Ashley, can you bring us to the next item, please, or introduce?
Yes. Item number 4, general plan amendment to adopt San Mateo's 2023 to 2031 housing element.
Thank you. We will start with a staff presentation followed by an applicant presentation. Yeah, I didn't think there was one of them. And public comments. The applicant will be given up to 15 minutes to present. Is this the right agenda? To present, and members of the public are given 2 to 3 minutes to speak, depending on the number of speakers. The applicant may also be given 5 minutes at the end to respond. So with that said, we'll go directly to the presentation from staff.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Ebneter, members of the Commission. Zach Dahl, Interim Community Development Director, and I'm joined here by Manira Sandier, our Planning Manager, and we're here to present the revised 2023-2031 housing element for the City of San Mateo. Before we get started, I do want to acknowledge the team that has been working tirelessly on this document for now over 4 years. So we're excited to be bringing it here before you this evening for a recommendation. We have our housing team, Human and Community Development, with a lot of support from the City Attorney's Office, as well as our consultant team. And we do have a number of our team members on Zoom here this evening, including consultants Diana Elrod and Veronica Tam, depending on the questions or other issues that may come up. As part of this team, I do want to actually identify 2 staff members that have been working on this project from the start and have put in countless hours behind the scenes to get the document where it is, and that's housing specialist Nikki Vu and associate planner Linda Lee, both of whom have really worked hard, and their fingerprints are all over the document in terms of what is before you this evening. So I just wanted to acknowledge their work and contribution to the document here. So for tonight's presentation, we'll provide a background of the housing element, go through some of the key sections and characteristics and programs that the document includes, provide an overview of our public participation and more recent comments that we've received, receive public comments, then move to clarifying questions from the Commission and discussion, and then ultimately a recommendation from the Planning Commission. So for a little bit of background, the housing element is an element within the city's general plan. However, this element does require certification from the State Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD. And this is a document that needs to be updated every 8 years. This is currently planning for the 6th housing cycle, which is started at the beginning of 2023 and runs through 2031. Overall, there is a regional housing needs allocation. The overall Bay Area had an allocation of over 440,000 housing units, of which over 7,000, or 7,015 to be exact, were allocated to the City of San Mateo. Our allocation breaks down into 4 categories. We have 3 affordable categories, and then above moderate or market rate, and together those numbers add up to that allocation of 7,015 housing units. Also, for context, you can see affordability is based on a percentage of area median income. For the county of San Mateo in 2023, a single person, the median income was $122,000, and a 4-person household was $175,000. So San Mateo County is one of the highest AMIs in the Bay Area as well as the state, so that does affect those affordability levels as well. And obviously, there's a number of affordability issues that the city is dealing with and tackling with this housing element. In terms of our timeline, as I noted, we've been at this a while, starting back in 2020, I think actually the end of 2019 to be exact. We started preparation in 2021, really got into our public outreach phase as well as drafting the document. That moved forward into 2022, where we published the document in the spring, held initial public hearings in May and June, and submitted our first draft to HCD in July. And we received our comment letter. I believe there was 93 comments in that letter. We had subsequently worked on those, had a city council study session, and then based on the timing and the fact that the new housing cycle was beginning, we moved forward with local adoption in January, and then submitted the document to HCD at the end of January. We did receive a second comment letter from HCD at the end of March. There were a number of significant comments. Just pure quantity was reduced to about, I think, 36 was the number of comments. So we'd made progress, but still had work to do. We conducted 2 city council study sessions in spring and into the summer of '23, and then that led to resubmittal for our third round to HCD beginning of August. Late August into September, we were able to engage with HCD staff, had a number of conversations. Based on those conversations, there was various technical and deficiencies that remained with our housing element. And so end of September, we chose to rescind the submission so we could work on addressing those comments, which we did during the months of October and early November. And then that led to a publication and resubmittal to HCD toward the end of November. We were then able to re-engage with HCD staff beginning of January, where we talked through any remaining issues. We submitted some technical clarifications mid-January to address a couple of minor issues and clarifications, which then led to the issuance of a finding by HCD of substantial conformance on January 19th. There we go. And so that brings us to the housing element that is before you here this evening. We have updated the formatting and kind of made a number of cleanups, internal consistency edits and the like, but substantively it is aligned with the document that HCD reviewed and found to be in substantial compliance in January. The document contains 8 sections. We'll focus on a few of them, which are probably of most interest, I think, looking at our housing needs and sites inventory, Section 2, and then Section 6, which is our housing plan. It includes the goals, policies, and programs. We do want to highlight that housing element has 52 policies and 117 programs. So there's a lot of work in this document to get done over now the next not even 7 years until the end of this housing cycle. So our team has a lot of work to do even after we get through the adoption process. So a lot of elements of the housing element are driven by statutory requirements. So in this case, we'll start with kind of an overview of our sites inventory. And it's key to highlight what a sites inventory is and is not. At its core, a sites inventory is a capacity analysis. It's an assessment of available land within the city that is zoned at sufficient densities to ensure that we can accommodate our RHNA plus a sufficient buffer. There isn't an exact statutory requirement about a buffer, but in general, you're looking at a buffer of somewhere between 10 and 25%, and it varies depending on circumstances. As part of this sites inventory, we're looking at things such as existing uses, developing a methodology for how we can assess what could realistically be achieved or the realistic capacity of a site. And we also want to look at what the sites inventory is not, which is it's not a comprehensive list of every site that will develop during this housing cycle. Not every site on the list will probably redevelop, and there's likely going to be sites not on the inventory that will develop with housing over the course of this housing period. It's really a show that we have sufficient capacity to accommodate the RHNA that has been provided by the state. And so here we can see a map of the city's, of the sites within the city sites inventory. We have a little over 200 sites. A number of them are clustered, but in terms of pure sites, I believe it's 207 or somewhere thereabouts that are on our sites inventory. And this sites inventory is overlapped with the opportunity areas in the city. And this is updated for 2023. And so you can see there have been some shifts from maybe the last map you saw. There are actually more moderate resource areas within the city now, and the number of high and highest resource areas have actually been reduced slightly. And we actually do now have a low resource area. You will note no housing is being proposed within the lowest resource area, and we do have a spread of sites throughout all of the other resource areas. In terms of the methodology, we started back in 2020 with a comprehensive review looking citywide at parcels that were available to be added to our sites inventory. And one of the challenges that's specific to San Mateo is the timing of our housing element and how it overlapped with our general plan update. And because initially the general plan update started in 2018, and one of the intentions was to get through that update process ahead of the housing element, which I think would have made this housing element a much easier endeavor to take on. However, because of the timing and the prolonged duration for the general plan update, the housing element actually got ahead of that general plan. And so that created some challenges with how rezoning and other land use considerations could overplay. And so part of what we had to do was look at our existing zoning to see if there was a path, knowing that a significant capacity would be opened up with the general plan update, but that the housing element was moving ahead of it faster. And so we had to factor in these two overlapping policy initiatives as part of this process, and it definitely made developing our housing element more challenging. So we were able to find a path and enough sites with sufficient zone density. We started initially with a site-by-site approach, and so we were looking at each site, trying to tailor a density and realistic capacity that was aligned with what staff thought was the most realistic outcome for that site. But when you're looking at 200 sites in a table, that created what appeared to be a lot of inconsistencies. And so that was, I think, in our first couple of rounds, one of our big challenges was, unless you really know each and every site, looking at how it all came together, there was questions about the methodology. Was it consistent? Was it aligned with what HCD was willing to accept? And so you can see we highlighted, we had to pivot and update our approach and created a more standardized methodology that looked at the different categories that these sites fell into, whether it was zoning, whether it was size, vacancy, other characteristics, and then based our realistic capacity on that. And so those were the characteristics. So now we didn't have a maybe site-by-site tailored approach, but we had an approach that was more defensible and consistent with certified housing elements that HCD had already addressed and verified. So in looking at our methodology, we established 10 metrics that would really kind of determine whether the site was eligible to go on our site's inventory and had the potential to redevelop during this housing period. So if you look at the first four, these were ones that any one of those four characteristics would automatically qualify the site for inclusion on the site's inventory. The remainder of those metrics, 5 through 10, there you needed multiple of those in order to ensure that there was viability and feasibility. So while you could maybe just have one of the 1 through 4, we would be looking for 2, 3, or more of those lower characteristics in order to include a site if it didn't meet one of the first 4. And so as part of this, we also looked at our development trends, and I know there's been some comments on this. The window we chose was more recent, and it focused on projects between the years 2019 and 2023. And there's a couple of strong reasons why we chose this window and didn't look to projects that had been approved earlier, 2015 through 2019. And the reason being is there's been significant changes to housing statute. Specifically and that 2020 was a key turning point, whether it was for accessory dwelling units or state density bonus law or another enabling housing legislation that really shifted the needle in terms of how projects considered and incorporated housing. And so to include projects from earlier periods would have not been accurate with where we see housing development going. And so that's why we looked at the projects in that window to inform the methodology that we used. And so based on the metrics that we looked at and the example projects that existed or that were either applied for or approved in that window right there, that guided the development assumptions. And I'll show you a table on the next slide. We came up with any non-residential zone based on the projects we had been seeing and approving. We determined that 90% of base density, or say if you're looking at 50 units an acre, that means an average of 40 units an acre, was defensible and in fact probably conservative. And then looking at projects in our multifamily or R districts, based on the range of projects, 75% was a reasonable and defensible capacity. And then looking at accessory dwelling units, we looked at our past 4 years, saw that we averaged an issuance of 60 permits per year. And so we actually dialed that down and set our estimate at 55 per year to be conservative. And it should be noted that for the last 3 years, we've exceeded 55 units or ADU permits per year that we've issued. And actually, in 1 year, it was over 80. So we've seen significant ADU production and feel that that's a very defensible number in terms of our ADU estimates. We also look at 3 different categories of sites in terms of our affordability distribution. We're looking at our under 1.5 acre sites. And so for these sites, we just looked at either above moderate or in some cases moderate units, but no low or very low. And this is based on guidance from the state as well as what's been acceptable in other housing elements. For those sites that fall within the 1.5 acre to 10 acre range, we distributed the affordability in alignment with our RENA distribution. So that is effectively about 57% affordable, 43% market rate. And the assumption isn't that every site will develop with this allocation, but that when you look at cumulatively over the course of our 8-year housing cycle, this will be an approximate average. So you may see sites that are 100% affordable, you may see projects that are developing at the 15% inclusionary requirement, but that when you take it in aggregate, we have a path to achieve that overall percentage breakdown. So that's an important note that we're not expecting every individual site to develop at this allocation, but more or less to assess our overall capacity at each of these affordable levels. And then for accessory dwelling units, we applied a 30-30-30-10 breakdown, and this is aligned with ABAG's ADU survey that was completed in 2021 and is consistent with other housing elements that have been accepted by the state. The last piece of information that we want to highlight here, this was produced much more recently, and this was that we had our methodology peer-reviewed by an economic consultant, EPS, to confirm that our assumptions were accurate or reasonable. And overall, in looking at all of the assumptions that went in, they did confirm that our methodology was defensible and in line with trends in development that they had observed. And so as I noted, I wanted to provide an illustration. You can see these are applications that came in 2020, 21, or 22, or 23. And in this case, you can see that these are all projects that not only achieved and exceeded the 90% realistic capacity, they're well over 100% of base density. And so what this illustrates is that even if we apply a 90% realistic capacity across the board, with projects like this, we can absorb sites that maybe end up with a non-residential project altogether, but on average, we would then see our sites hit that 90% realistic capacity target. And one of the key factors here is the 50 unit an acre base density that we currently have is relatively low. And we hear from developers that they actually need to see a higher base density in order to ensure their projects can pencil financially. And so we do see projects reliably using density bonus to maximize the number of units they can achieve. And thus, you can see how it plays out on all of these projects. And these are not small projects. We, at the low end, are at 48, all the way up to 260 units. So these are meaningful projects that are all taking advantage of state density bonus law to maximize development potential on a site. And it should all be noted that these are all non-residential districts. And that's also in support of that realistic capacity estimate for our non-residential districts. So moving over to our pipeline, a pipeline project is a project that is approved, permitted, and under construction during this housing cycle or receives its certificate of occupancy after June of 2022. These are all projects that with units that would count toward the city's current housing cycle. Right now in our pipeline, we have over 655 units of housing that are under construction, almost 1,600 units of housing that are approved but are waiting to receive permits, and 856 housing units that are currently under review or in the application pipeline. And overall, this represents 44% of our total RHNA. So we are already well on our way to moving toward achieving or hopefully exceeding our 7,015 unit RHNA by 2031. And this table, this is table 6 in the housing element. This is an overview where it breaks down our overall sites inventory. And really, the baseline number takeaway here is that under our existing zoning with the sites on our inventory, we have a realistic capacity of almost 10,300 units. Obviously, the buffers for our low, very low, and moderate are thinner. This goes back to the interplay between our general plan update and our housing element and the timing of these two documents. And so that was actually a specific policy and program in our housing element, was to ensure that the general plan is successfully adopted, and then we'll actually need to move forward with a voter initiative related to the measure-wide growth limits. But you can see here, we do also anticipate a significant increase in our buffer under the general plan. And so here we had put 10,000 units. There's nothing particularly magic about that number other than when we first developed this program, the general plan was still under discussion, and we didn't want to predetermine a final outcome for what the capacity in the general plan would be. And so we knew 10,000 would be under any of the alternatives, and so that's why it was placed there. And this is an 8-year housing cycle, and the general plan's a 20-year horizon. And so all of those told, we estimated that we could safely assume 10,000 units at least of housing capacity would be added, and beyond that, we would need that process to play out. And that process has, at least the major part of it, which is General Plan 2040, was adopted this past March. And as part of that, it did include a land use map that created capacity for over 19,700 new housing units to be created over the next 20 years. And really what that looked at was a significant increase in base density, whereas sites within the study areas had densities of 35 or 50 units an acre. Those were increased to 99 or 130 units per acre. And so that resulted in a significant increase in capacity, which will ultimately support the housing element, because over 90% of the sites in the inventory will see some level of density increase within the general plan. However, the key next step, which will be this November, which is an amendment to Measure Y in order to realize this increased capacity and density. And this will require voter approval. Here, just to kind of illustrate the point, you can see in more of the peach color, these are the 10 general plan study areas and how the sites in the housing element sites inventory overlap. And you can see the vast majority of them are within a study area, thus will have the potential to increase their base densities with the new general plan. Another area of the housing element that we want to highlight is the specific contribution that the city is making to increase production on the affordable level. We have 2 projects moving forward right now on city-owned land. The first, which is in the process of it's received its temporary certificate of occupancy and is in the process of filling each of the 225 affordable units, which is really exciting for the city. We are also working on a second affordable project, Bespoke. This is over between B Street and Railroad. This is a public-private partnership and includes a former city parking lot as well as privately held land. And this is a mixed-use project that would include an affordable component with 71 all-affordable units. And it's currently working its way through the approval process, and we anticipate construction later in this housing cycle. We also have a third city-owned site, which is down at the south end of the city, and we see this as another opportunity site, particularly if we can work with adjoining property owners, and we will be further exploring this later in the housing cycle as well. And then we also want to highlight the housing fund that we've been filling. Right now, a significant portion of it went to supporting and funding the Kiku Crossing project, but between the various funding sources listed there, we do have annual different funding sources to fund production as well as other housing services, especially to our low and very low and extremely low populations in supporting their housing needs. And then the other piece that I want to highlight on the production front is the various pieces that we're doing to help support and increase production of missing middle housing. And this is a really challenging segment. You often see this in kind of your duplexes, triplexes, in that kind of 4 to 10 unit small project range. And so we have a number of policies that we've identified that can help support increased production. And so these will be policies and programs that we'll be working on at the front end of the housing cycle in hopes of realizing more missing middle housing throughout the entire housing cycle. So at this point, I would like to hand it over to Planning Manager Manira Sandir for the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Zach. So I'll pick it up with another important component of our housing element, which is the focus on affirmatively furthering fair housing. As you're all aware, housing elements in this cycle are required to include an analysis on AFFH as required under AB 686. And cities must include fair housing enforcement and outreach capacity, analysis of segregation and integration, how to address disparities in access to opportunity, as well as disproportionate housing needs and displacement risks for special needs groups. And then also look at racially or ethnically concentrated areas of poverty. So with that, the city has focused on programs and activities that would affirmatively further fair housing, and the city cannot take any action that is inconsistent with this obligation. In accordance with the requirements of AB 686 and with close coordination with HCD, the City of San Mateo analyzed these issues and included a detailed analysis in Appendix D. Some of the challenges that were identified through this process for the city are focused on how there are racial, ethnic minority populations that are disproportionately impacted by poverty, overcrowding, cost burdens, and homelessness. We discovered that the northeast areas of the city are the ones that are most impacted, which is not a surprise because some of those areas are also our equity priority communities, and that the city does receive a number of discrimination complaints based on disability and race. So the city's approach to address these issues and provide fair housing across the board was to identify a number of new programs that would reduce barriers to housing in high opportunity areas, that would promote a variety of housing supply, conserve and improve assets, as well as provide infrastructure in areas of poverty, protect residents from displacement. And these efforts were condensed in 4 action areas that are incorporated into the city's goals, policies, and programs. Some of the other required components of the housing element as required under state law include an analysis of existing and potential housing resources, climate change context and energy conservation requirements, as well as reviewing the prior housing element and understanding, what were our accomplishments, but also what can we do better. In the past housing element cycle, we were close to achieving 80% or more of our RHNA. In the 5th cycle, we adopted commercial linkage fees and increased the inclusionary requirements from 10% to 15%. And we processed a number of improvements and streamlining that were memorialized through code amendments. Our goals, policies, and programs identified in the housing element form a really important part of our implementation plan that has to be completed in this cycle. We built upon the 3 Ps that a number of cities in the Bay Area adopted as part of their housing element that was focused on production, preservation, and protection of housing. The city felt that we also wanted to focus on promoting community engagement and public outreach and making accessible the existing protections that were in place to the community. So we added a goal 4 to accomplish that effort. And then we felt that affirmatively furthering fair housing is very, very important to the city, and therefore goal 5 was also included to address fair housing, equity, and access, while reinforcing the objective that this is a standalone priority for us and inseparable from achieving the other goals in the housing element. So I'll take a minute to go through each of the goals that we have and the overarching policies and programs included, but I will also emphasize some of the changes that we made to each of these goals, policies, and programs since January of last year. So our first goal is production and focuses on production of new housing at all income levels with a focus on affordable housing. Primarily, the focus here is to utilize public funds and properties to build more affordable housing. Zach shared some of the examples of projects that have recently been completed or are already underway. Supporting ADU production through regional collaboration, promotion, availability of resources, and streamlined review. Again, something that we've already embarked upon with 21 elements. We are looking at developing an ADU resource center that would be available region-wide to cities to assist with this goal. Coordinating with water and sewer providers to ensure there is enough capacity available for the development of affordable housing. Addressing constraints posed by Measure Y. As Zach outlined, this was one of our major constraints, and we had to work with HCD on developing several iterations of the program that would address this constraint. And then finally, encourage housing development through zoning code amendments to reduce a number of constraints that we identified as part of our review, and also to simplify our review process. And I think that is something we already embarked upon in 2023 with the adoption of objective design standards, for example, and we hope to continue to make it easier to go through the application review process and develop housing in the city. Focusing on the key changes that occurred between January of last year and this most current version before you tonight, we did include a mid-cycle review of the site's inventory production as well as monitoring of pipeline projects in ADUs. We received a number of public comments as well as some comments from HCD stating that we needed to ensure that our numbers were on track. We also established some stronger policies that focused on extremely low income as well as senior units. We added geographic targets and metrics in the high and highest resource areas, as well as the racially concentrated areas of affluence. And this was, again, something that would further fair housing goals that we have. You guys are already familiar with this, but we added specific targets for streamlining review of projects below a certain threshold that met objective design standards. Our city council is actually interested in increasing that threshold, so staff is evaluating bringing that option in the next round of code amendments. An action to amend the zoning code to allow housing as a permitted use on quasi-public sites after general plan adoption was another additional program. And this would allow for quasi-public sites such as institutional uses, schools, churches, religious institutions, perhaps even some nonprofits, to develop housing by right. So that is another program that the city is exploring. And that would also allow for further development in the racially concentrated areas of affluence. And finally, this was, I think, the one that we had the hardest time with, was to identify what would be a backup action to add capacity around the city if an amendment to Measure Y was not approved by the voters in November 2024. So while we are working towards the ballot measure, we understand that it all depends on the voters, so we wanted to ensure that there was a backup plan that was included should that measure not pass. Goal H2 is preservation of existing housing that is affordable to lower and middle income residents. And in this instance, we actually focused on, one second. So the first two bullet points here are focusing on specific actions to preserve almost 65 affordable units that actually would expire at the end of the cycle or close to the beginning of the next cycle. So we have units, for example, in Bridgepoint condominium that are low-income units, and their term, the 55-year term for which they ran, would expire mid-cycle. So we did have programs that focus on preventing conversion of these units by renegotiating agreements, by using public funds to either acquire the units or requiring developers to replace any lost units. So we are already proactively working towards that. In other programs and policies, we are focused on indirectly preserving affordable housing by improving the quality of life of residents to prevent displacement, and this can be done through infrastructure and provision of services in those areas, incentivizing upgrades to low-income homes through rehabilitation, accessibility modifications, or energy efficiency changes, and then enabling capital projects and resiliency projects that protect against threats posed by climate change. Some of the key updates and revisions in this goal were focused on, again, including some geographic metrics that focused on the low resource areas, and especially for extremely low income units, focusing 40% of housing rehabilitation funds in low resource areas and needs with significant infrastructure needs. So we provided some specific metrics. And then at least 8 improvement projects in our equity priority areas that would be funded through our capital improvement program or also the community development block grant funding that we receive from the state. Moving on to goal H3, so this one is focused on the third P, which is protection of current residents to prevent displacement. This program focuses, or this goal focuses on a number of programs that would prevent gentrification and displacement through protection of lower income residents, address homelessness and increase shelter capacity that can protect housing insecure individuals and families from having to leave the city entirely, affirmatively funding and supporting outreach services for at-risk renters and or those facing fair housing challenges, prioritizing special needs tenants in below market rate units, and undertaking several actions to affirmatively further fair housing. One of the big revisions in this goal was focused on an updated or expanded program H3.6, which focused on monitoring rental rates as well as displacement. And so this particular implementation action would allow the city to collaborate with regional agencies to monitor rental rates, evictions and displacements, track and observe trends so that policy priorities can be guided based on the data that we evaluate. Goal H4 is our fourth P that we added that is unique to our city, which is focusing on promotion of community engagement and public outreach. And here the effort is to increase access and awareness of the housing programs through use of new technology. We want to reach all income levels and all communities and all special needs groups so that we can spread information and provide resources. Supporting countywide rental waitlist to centralize occupancy of the BMR units. My understanding is that some of that may already have started. Conduct public outreach in a diversity of methods and forms, including using different languages. And conduct direct outreach to owners and developers of properties on the site's inventory, so we can share that that they have the ability to develop with housing on those sites. Goal H5, which was its own independent focused goal for affirmatively furthering fair housing, as I mentioned earlier, had 4 action areas. And these were focused on enhancing housing mobility strategies by removing barriers to housing in areas of opportunity and strategically enhancing access. Action area 2 is focused on encouraging new housing choices, by promoting affordability in areas of high opportunity and outside of areas of concentrated poverty. As Zach had pointed out in one of the maps, we have not proposed any housing sites in our lowest resource areas. Action area 3 is focused on improving place-based strategies to encourage community conservation, and it involves approaches that are focused on conserving and improving assets in areas of lower opportunity and concentrated poverty. Area 4 is to protect existing residents from displacement. And again, this is focused on areas of low or moderate opportunity and preserving housing choices and affordability. And a number of these areas have policies that filter into production and preservation and protection from some of the prior goals. I also want to point to this map, which is the city's racially concentrated areas of affluence, shown in blue. I apologize, it's not the best map, so you can't really see it's a countywide map, or not fully countywide, so you can see the city, but also some of the other cities. And in our city, these areas are primarily in the western parts of the city, which are also hilly areas. They have a hilly topography. There are some known wildfire risks in some of these areas. And they essentially have limited access to some of the goods and services as well as transit. And so while we understand that, we absolutely must provide for more housing opportunities in these areas, they do have some physical limitations that make it difficult. Our goal is to provide housing in those areas through ADU development. SB9 projects are something that do occur there. And then also looking at our quasi-public sites, as I mentioned previously, that may have larger sites and may provide opportunity for housing. I think we covered the first bullet already. I do want to note that our AFFH analysis did identify certain special needs groups that have disparate housing needs, and those examples included the Hispanic community, as well as single female heads of households. So the policies are specifically geared towards those groups. We also recognize that persons with disabilities also experience housing discrimination due to low economic opportunity and lack of reasonable accommodation provisions. So we have specific action items to address those areas as well. Finally, the updates and revisions to these programs. So since January of 2023, we have identified specific language. I know we had comments back even in January that some of our programs and policies were not as specific, that they lacked metrics. So we have included specific targeted programs, as well as included numerical targets for the number of units/households that would be helped or that would be achieved by each program. We added some concrete actions to conduct outreach to the special needs groups as well as to developers to facilitate implementation. And then we added a new program that would allow the city to work collaboratively with the county to develop a housing mobility program that provides support to tenants seeking to move to high opportunity areas in the region. So as Zach mentioned, this has been a long, winded road for all of us, and we have really appreciated and welcomed the amount of public comments that we have received and the participation that has helped develop this housing element. We had several public review periods. As you can see here, we've had 5 until now that spanned from the initial review period of 30 days to the mandatory 7 days, and then sometimes even more. We have received several comment letters from various groups and organizations right up until 3:30 this afternoon. And so we continue to welcome that public commentary and participation. And our housing element, I mean, moving to the next slide, I think has been an iterative process. We have continued to make changes as we receive those public comments and address those specific issues that were raised by those commenters. We did multiple supplemental submittals in order to respond to public comments. But some of the biggest changes were to our sites inventory methodology, as Zach shared earlier. That was updating some of our assumptions and significantly changed the methodology that we used to be responsive to those comments. The other big area where we made the changes was in the policies and programs. So we have a number of revised programs that provide more certainty or more metrics and makes firm commitments to the state and to our community on how we are going to achieve the goals that are in our housing element. Finally, the city did provide some specific response letters. There were 2 that were sent out to the Housing Action Coalition, and then 1 that was sent out to Hillsdale Mall. We did receive another comment from the Housing Action Coalition on Friday, and while we think the previous The response letter that we sent also addresses that comment letter. We are still reviewing it, and if we feel the need, we might respond through another letter to them. And then, another important data point for us was the economic consultant peer review. So the EPS analysis that evaluated our assumptions, the financials in the markets, the trends that were occurring all over the Bay Area, those were really helpful in terms of confirming at a high level that our approach was reasonable, and that we have come to a place where we are confident that our housing element meets the statute. Since April 16th, we have received a total of 6 comment letters. Many of them are in support of more affordable housing in the city. There was one letter that we received with a presentation that spoke about AB 1033, which allows for optional local policies to allow ADUs for separate ownership. And this commenter wanted to encourage the city to look closely at that state law. We've also received comment letters from HAC, as I mentioned, on last Friday. And then we also received the California Housing Defense Fund letter as of 3:30 or at 1 p.m., I think. Maybe Zach updated that. I saw it at 3:30. I'll go through both of them, but I do want to note that we had some challenges with uploading all of these comment letters on PrimeGov to our packet as of 4 p.m. Typically, we try to upload everything earlier in the day, so the Planning Commission and the members of the public reviewing have adequate time to review. However, we do have it up now, and it is available for the public to review, with the exception of an appendix that the Housing Action Coalition submitted. That appendix had a lot of details about some case law and some leasing requirements, and it was a really large attachment, so we ran into some technical difficulties. However, that is available with CDD should anybody be interested in looking at that appendix, and we will try to get it uploaded tomorrow. So focusing a little bit deeper onto the letters that we received. So the Housing Action Coalition letter, again, focused on site development feasibility, realistic capacity assumptions, as well as existing leases. And as our staff response letter outlines, based on the changes that we made in our methodology and the substantial compliance letter that we received from HCD, we believe that we meet the statute, and we have presented and shown that the city does have adequate capacity to meet its RHNA and accommodate a buffer. The California Housing Defense Fund letter focused more on the city's constraints analysis, specifically around things like fees, parking, design standards, et cetera, and then also referred to the Housing Action Coalition letter on the realistic capacity assumptions. As I said, the latter we believe we've already addressed, and then on the constraints analysis, we did include a number of programs that address constraints. Those are outlined in our Appendix B, and we worked collaboratively with HCD to make sure that our programs were sufficient to address those constraints, including for Measure Y. So in terms of next steps and certification timeline, so we're here tonight with the Planning Commission public hearing, hopefully to make a recommendation to Council. Our tentative timeline is to take this to the City Council through a public hearing on May 20th for adoption. We expect once the City Council adopts, we will immediately turn it around and send it to HCD for their review and hopefully certification at the end of May. I do want to flag there are a couple of items that are still pending, which is associated with the by right ordinance adoption, and I'll touch on that in a moment. But we expect that to come to the Planning Commission next month or early in June, and then also to City Council so that we can also submit it to HCD very soon after submitting the housing element. And so, what is the by right ordinance that I just brought up? I think this might be new information for some of our commissioners. So this is an ordinance that would create a housing opportunity overlay district, and it's required under AB 1397. This is a parallel effort. It's one of the required programs in our housing element. It's H1.10. And what AB 1397 says is that sites that have been on our prior housing elements have to allow a certain kind of housing by right. And so that automatically kicks in, but local agencies can adopt an ordinance that allows for that at a local level. So the requirements there are housing on these sites, and we have 32 parcels that we are actually have been repeated over the last 2 housing element cycles, that they have to provide housing at a 20% affordable level, at the low income level, and then also need to approve or allow for a minimum of 30 units per acre. So that's something staff is actively working on. We were hoping to combine it with this meeting and bring it all together collectively, but we just fell behind a little bit because of our general plan and our other staffing shortages. But we do hope to bring it back to the Planning Commission in May so that this effort can also be completed so we can share it with HCD as a check against the Housing Element Program. With that, we are hoping that the Planning Commission makes a recommendation tonight to City Council to adopt a resolution to approve a general plan amendment to repeal the previously adopted housing element and to adopt the revised 2023-2031 housing element that affirmatively furthers fair housing and is compliant with state law, finding this action exempt from review under CEQA based on the listed findings in the draft City Council resolution. So that concludes staff's presentation, and we welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach and Manira. At this time, we'll go to public comment.
Chair Ebnetter, we currently have 3 public commenters in person, and if over Zoom, if you want to comment, please raise your hand at this time. I'm just going to give it a few minutes, or a few moments. Chair Ebnetter, it looks like we have 4 public commenters in total. We'll start with our in-person commenters. 3 minutes for each.
Please.
Okay. Our first public commenter is going to be Ted McKinnon. Ted, you can come up to the microphone.
Good evening. I'm Ted McKinnon. I'm 25-year resident of San Mateo in District 5, a member of One San Mateo. The current housing element is insufficient in a number of areas, and I'm going to focus on the site inventory, citing a couple of problematic areas. First, a preponderance of sites are located in environmentally hazardous areas adjacent to a freeway, especially the 92-101 Cloverleaf. Quoting from the Housing Leadership Council, 28 projects, redevelopment opportunity sites, and other sites are located within 500 feet of Highway 101 or Highway 92 east of El Camino Real, both of which average in excess of 100,000 vehicles per day. These 28 sites account for 4,806 units of housing, 48% of the site inventory capacity. Of these units, 1,252 are assigned low income, constituting a full 42% of the low income capacity. Only 30% of site inventory capacity is assigned low income, so a disproportionate number of these units are located within 500 feet of heavily trafficked highways. The health risks that such sites disease would subject potential future residents and the low opportunity areas they represent was repeatedly raised by the General Plan Subcommittee and Planning Commission, but recommendations to adjust land use patterns to avoid residential development adjacent to a freeway interchange appears not to have been taken up. Second, the marquee project of the site inventory, the proposed redevelopment of Hillsdale Mall from its current use to a mix of residential and commercial office, assumes that the entirety of the project, or at least the residential part, will be completed within the RHNA cycle, the current RHNA cycle. But having personally attended one of the Reimagine Hillsdale meetings hosted by the Bohannon Group and their planning consultants, I can report that David Bohannon himself insisted that the Hillsdale project was a long-term endeavor, potentially extending across decades. So I think it's fair to say that it's unserious to contend that the number of units counted toward the RHNA targets have a reasonable probability of actually being realized within that time frame. Furthermore, it came to light that the Bohannon organization objected to the inclusion of this in the site inventory of moderate income units attributed to the Hillsdale project, contending that it had no intention of developing it had no intention of developing beyond the minimum number of affordable units as required under its statutory obligation. One wonders how many other assumptions of this kind went undetected in the site inventory. For these reasons, among many others, I believe that HCD erred in approving the housing element. The Planning Commission should consider this in its decision on whether to recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted.
Our next speaker is Reina Gonzalez. Reina can come to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Reina Gonzalez, and I have been a renter in San Mateo for 22 years. I know the city is happy to get the housing element approved, but as a renter, I don't find a lot in there to place me. The housing element is supposed to include policies to prevent displacement. I get calls all the time from renters in San Mateo who are getting evicted or being harassed by their landlords. They need more protections. Yesterday, I got a text from one of my friends telling me that they asked the landlord to fix the garage door. Instead, they were told them to move out in 10 days, which is not fair. I think the landlord should have given them money to move out, but they didn't even get their deposit back. This housing element does not commit doing anything about this. It talks about making recommendations or researching options, but commitments not made recommendations or research options are no commitment to act. The city has been studying ways to protect renters for years with nothing to be done. And the housing element still makes very few commitments to act. The housing elements could have done so much more for renters, like they did in Menlo Park. It is upsetting to think that the most we may get out of this is more studies. For stopping displacement, the San Mateo housing elements doesn't go nearly far enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Reina.
Our next speaker is Carol Eldridge. Carol can come up to the mic.
Good evening. My name is Carol Eldridge, and I am the Vice Chair of One San Mateo. Our principal concern with regard to the housing element has been in relation to its success in meeting the requirements to affirmatively further fair housing. While we acknowledge the mountain of work that's gone into creating this housing element and know that it's been certified, this does not negate our belief that the housing element falls short in terms of its obligation to affirmatively further fair housing. State law requires that communities study patterns of racial segregation in concentrated areas of both affluence and poverty. They are required to identify the conditions that have contributed to these patterns and plan for specific programs that will address these patterns. Our housing element acknowledges that there is a relative lack of affordable housing in higher resource areas of the city. Zach has suggested that there are sites in all levels of resource in the city, but to my knowledge, the housing element fails to propose housing sites, let alone affordable housing sites, in the high resource neighborhoods of San Mateo. These neighborhoods are left out of the equation where addressing patterns of segregation is concerned. Throughout the housing element process, One San Mateo has advocated for changes in neighborhoods zoned R1 to allow for more density. When Richard Rothstein spoke to SAMCAR about his book, The Color of Law, he was asked what should be done to reverse the historic injustices of the past. The very first thing he said was to modestly densify single-family neighborhoods to allow duplexes, triplexes, quadruplexes, and even small garden apartments, which he said could be done without disrupting the look and feel of the neighborhood. Our housing element has left the vast areas of San Mateo, zoned R1, completely off the table in terms of being part of the solution to the city's segregation problem, a failing that One San Mateo considers to be egregious and sad. The housing element says this: the city does not anticipate the new housing to increase segregation within the city. Is this the best we can do? Aren't we supposed to be making things better, not just perpetuating the status quo? We do not believe that the city has taken seriously enough its obligation to reverse historical patterns of segregation, and we feel obligated to register the fact that this housing element, while certified, falls significantly short of meeting our needs and aspirations for a just and inclusive community. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Our last speaker is over Zoom, Kareem Saraf. You can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. My name is Kareem Saraf, longtime resident of San Mateo since 1975, and housing builder, provider, consultant, and advocate. It is my civic duty and honor to remind the City of San Mateo PC staff and City Council of an impactful California bill that was made into law beginning January 1st of this year. This law is AB 1033, also known as the new ADU condo law. AB 1033 grants California municipalities the authority to allow the subdivision and sale of accessory dwelling units on residential lots. AB 1033 aims to expand housing units, inventory, and home ownership opportunities. Imagine this scenario: a first-time home buyer owning a freestanding home and lot in San Mateo for less than $1 million. What a concept. More important to this conversation, AB 1033 provides another powerful tool to help municipalities up and down the state accomplish their housing element goals for the next 8 years. While states like Oregon and Texas have seen success with ADU sales and condominiums, or as condominiums, AB 1033 leaves this decision to local governments. Thus, the City Council of San Mateo must opt in to this new law, allowing the city to remove previous state law prohibitions against mapping and selling a single-family home and its ADU as condominiums. Even though this prohibition on condo conversion has been eliminated with the new state law, it is up to local agencies to amend their codes to allow these entry-level home ownership opportunities. I've sent a presentation on the merits of AB 1033, but I'd love for the Planning Commission and the City Council to recommend to the City Council to adopt or opt in and adopt AB 1033. And also AB 1033, remember that we collect transfer tax revenue. So the city and local governments would collect all these transfer taxes, and to my knowledge, there's going to be a void of transfer tax collected by the expiration of the lease at the Dunphy Hotel or the Marriott Hotel. So we have that to consider as well. In regards to staff's presentation tonight, the site inventory metrics and methodology that Zach mentioned, AB 1033 would just complement these metrics and this methodology. Property owners would be motivated, more incentivized to do these developments and to submit more ADU applications. Applications and approved permits would turn into actual projects, translating into more units, more inventory. This would beef up the pipeline that Zach mentioned, the ADU residential pipeline. Policies H1.4, H1.6, and H1.7 would be facilitated, covers all the Ps and upholds all the RENA and AFFH guidelines, preventing displacement.
Karim, can you wrap it up? You're past the 3 minutes.
Thank you.
We appreciate your comments.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Ebner, we have no more public commenters.
Thank you. We'll close the public comment period and bring it, well, first of all, should we address the questions that the public had?
Were there any specific questions that you were looking for staff response on?
Well, I do know that Ted had some questions about placement of residences, specifically lower cost residences in high areas of hazards from pollution, air pollution.
We can go ahead and pull up our sites inventory map. So here you can see this is the overlapped with the general plan study areas. You can see the, I don't know if you can see my mouse moving around. Oh, there we go. So you can see the 101 corridor. You can see the 101 corridor there, and then this is 92. So yes, there are definitely some opportunity sites in proximity to that corridor, and I think similar to the discussions that were had as part of the general plan update, we do have a number of policies and actions that speak to how these residences can be developed there. I think there are definitely a number of measures to ensure indoor air quality meets standards. I think the challenge is when you have outdoor open space areas, how you can ensure that the air quality is maintained there. One of the things that the general plan ultimately did not increase density for most of the sites along these two corridors. And so that would be reflected in the sites inventory as well, where we're not necessarily seeing an increase in density, but this is existing density for these sites, and it just so happens that these are opportunity sites. And I think one site that's not shown here, but is likely an opportunity site, is the Marriott site, which is adjacent to the three sites here, which is that Bayshore Corporate Commons. It's located right there. So I think there is a reality that we do have opportunities here, but we aren't necessarily looking to increase housing capacity here as opposed to spreading it in other areas of the city. So we definitely do have sites there, but I don't know that we don't see a disproportionate amount of sites along the 101 and 92 corridors.
Okay. I believe Raina's concerns were concrete measures for renter protection. Do we have any information to share with her in that category?
I think some of the circumstances outlined there's existing protections that absolutely, I'd say, contacting legal aid or other renter resources, there's existing state laws that could help address some of those because the timelines and circumstances did not seem consistent with existing laws. But I know we do have some policies that seek to expand our tenant protection rules that are currently on the books and then look further at AB 1482 to see what we can do in expanding in that area. So we definitely do have a suite of programs that look to expand and address situations like that within our goal of protection.
Okay. And Carol's concerns with her statement of AFFH failure, what programs and policies do we have in place that are concrete, which are going to move AFFH forward? Do we have any concise areas that we can share?
I would actually, our housing consultant, Diana Elrod, if you're available to maybe weigh in on some of the areas that the housing element focuses on in the AFFH area.
Yeah, I would say that the AFFH actions are really about trying to balance distribution of units around the community that are close to resources like transit and grocery stores and so forth. So I think that that's really where we came up with this distribution, was really to try to focus things towards where people could get support, resources, et cetera.
And I think maybe just building on that, there's also a number of policy decisions, and so we've looked to our decision makers to ultimately guide in this for decisions when it came to looking at where our zoning occurs and rezoning or increased density capacity, and so that was a very thoroughly discussed topic as part of the general plan update. So there was also policy choices made there that were looking to balance placement because it is important. We also have competing goals related to climate change, reducing vehicle miles traveled, where there's importance in placing homes close to where the jobs are, close to our transit and our Caltrain stations. So looking at the El Camino Real corridor and that half-mile radius around our Caltrain stations were important considerations as well for where our housing opportunity sites were identified.
Thank you, Zach and Manera. I'm assuming that some of these items may come up with some of the commissioners, so thank you for touching on them now. Are we ready to ask questions of staff? Anybody can go.
Through the chair?
Certainly.
Start down at this end.
Please.
A couple of questions. One is about the CEQA exemption. So 52 policies, 117 programs. And with the common sense CEQA exception that I read about, do we assume that like implementing those policies and running 117 programs, there's no CEQA impacts to those either? Or is this like, if there was CEQA, it would be handled at that level and this is considered under the common sense exception, like just a policy document? I just wasn't sure how to think about that.
Yes, to the chair, if I can start with a response. So the CEQA exemption was used in this case because the housing element does not propose any rezonings that would create additional capacity or physical changes in the environment. We do have a number of programs that include zoning code amendments, perhaps infrastructure projects and commitments that we have made around those. However, each of those projects at the time when they come to City Council or Planning Commission for an action, there would be a CEQA action associated with those projects because they would be well defined at that point. At this point, it's too speculative to see what the impact would be.
Okay. And so really it's at a policy level, the thing that would trigger you not being able to have a common sense exception would be like a rezoning.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. A couple more. The attachment 3, the HCD letter, a lot of good stuff in there. But one question I had at the top of page 2, there's reference to completing some work within 1 year of the statutory deadline. Sorry, I don't know if you have the HCD letter in front of you. There was basically, it sounded like the statutory deadline was January 31st of this year to have completed that work. And I think it mentions rezonings, but there's not a rezoning here. And I was wondering why they still had that reference in there if there's not actually a rezoning that was supposed to have been done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, so this was the by right ordinance that I introduced today.
Oh, that's the by right.
So this part of the statute addresses several sections of the housing element. It talks about rezonings when a city is required to rezone or upzone to create capacity, which San Mateo does not need. We have shown that we have adequate capacity with our existing zoning. But it also speaks to creating a by right path for sites that were on the site's inventory for multiple cycles of the housing element, which is what we would be doing. Yes, the statutory requirement was 1 year from January of 2023, so that was January of 2024. However, we were still proactively coordinating with HCD to resolve the final comments, and so did not receive their final list of technical edits until early January. But our goal is to get that adopted, hopefully, within the next couple of months.
Okay. So their reference was for San Mateo was kind of to that by right ordinance?
That is correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
And just noting also, that is a standard comment that you'll see in each of the substantial compliance letters that go out to jurisdictions. So it's also just that standard reminder for rezonings of which the by right does fall within. So it wasn't necessarily specifically targeted at San Mateo, but a reminder that you would see in any substantial conformance letter that they provided.
Gotcha. Thanks. Let's see, a couple more. The EPS site inventory memo, they have, and I just quoted a statement here, I don't know that you can pull up that either, but they're talking about commercial leases in San Mateo. They're saying most commercial leases are expected to expire within this housing element cycle, which will relieve a constraint on redevelopment. Were they backing that up with anything, like a lease expires and sometimes you just get a new lease after that and it keeps going, so there's not actually a change in use. Is that like a general statement, or did they have anything they were relying on that were making them say it would relieve a constraint on redevelopment?
Mm-hmm. Through the chair, my laptop died, so I don't have their specific response. However, they did look at a database that provides tenant and lease information for such commercial properties, and what they found in San Mateo and across the region was that typical commercial leases last 3 to 5 years, and so that does fall within the city's 8-year cycle. Oh, I see Asrina's power cord. So there is data that they relied on to come to that conclusion, and while leases, their analysis did identify that leases could be a constraint. However, it's not an insurmountable constraint. They did identify that even with leases, even with non-vacant sites, there is a redevelopment potential and a trend that's occurring Bay Area-wide that allows for projects to develop on these sites. So we did have some data. I don't have that, Zach. I don't know if you have that particular email.
I remember their references to the CoStar data.
Yeah, the CoStar.
I see. That's what they're talking about. Okay.
Thank you.
And there's a comment letter from Tom Mayhew that I have to say I did not read until today. And so I'm noting that it looks like they've found some particular leases that are longer than 3 to 5 years. So I guess I don't have a question about that, other than trying to just sort it out in my head, the range of leases. But yeah, I imagine the CoStar data found a ton of ranges for leases. So I don't know, do you have any comment on that? I'm still making sense.
We do, and I encourage Zach to chime in as well, but leases were not the only factor that would determine whether a site can get developed or not, and therefore we feel that the analysis that we have in our methodology and the criteria, the 10 different criteria that we used, provided a solid foundation to establish the site's inventory. It's very hard to go out site by site and determine what would happen in each site. It would be very speculative. perspective, the market forces change. As we know, the Marriott site could be a potential housing site in the future, whereas other sites may not be potential sites in the future. So it's really hard to determine site by site what would occur, whether it's leases based on leases or what may actually be occurring on those sites currently. So we decided to use a more objective criteria that could be applied citywide without looking at individual sites.
Okay.
Then just kind of maybe adding a few extra points on what Manira highlighted. It's important to note that leases are a factor, but they're not the only factor, and circumstances change. Even just looking at Bridgepoint, its occupancy 3 years ago as opposed to now, significant shifts, and there was reflected changes and a narrowing of the housing potential there because of that. And so we've been adapting and iterating our sites inventory as new information's become available. But based on the methodology and the assumptions we use, and this was confirmed by HCD, the presence of a lease, even a longer term lease, doesn't necessarily preclude a site if you have other factors present. And so those are all the considerations that went in here. And I think the Marriott's a good example of a site that even 3 months ago was entirely not on our radar and now is very much a potential housing site candidate. And so those are all factors where the economy goes, how considerations when a property changes hands, where then buying out a lease or doing a phased development that allows housing production to proceed, even if with the presence of a lease, there are opportunities there. And so that one factor wouldn't necessarily preclude any one of those sites from being included. And this was a position that we did vet with HCD, and there was concurrence there.
Okay, thank you. Just one more from me, actually, that came up from the presentation. So thank you for the detailed presentation. There was something I was reading, and I think you were touching on it with the capacity for sites that was assumed in the inventory. And I want to say it was like you assumed 75% capacity if it was residentially zoned and 90% capacity for commercial. And then you noted recent projects that were coming in at like 150%. Do you remember that slide? Like a slide like 150s. That's 150% of the current zone base density.
Base density. So in most cases, it's 50 units an acre.
Okay.
And so then they were using density bonus to get up to 75 units an acre.
Okay. That's okay. Thank you. That's my preamble. The actual question then, if there's changes to Measure Y in November, would the base density in some of our site inventory sites, and I think you were making this point, but some of the base density would be increasing. Is that right?
That is correct. I think over 90% of our sites will be looking at some degree of a density increase, most likely either to a ceiling of 99 units an acre or 130 units an acre. So anywhere from 50 to 80 units per acre additional capacity added.
Okay. And the reason, what it triggered in my mind is, and see if this makes sense. If you're seeing sites come in at 150% of today's base density, if the base density then doubles, you could see a site go in at a 200%, 250% of today's base density. It wouldn't be that high percentage of the base density once it's lifted, but in comparison to what's in the site's inventory now, there's sort of potential for a big uplift is what I started to think. Does that sound right?
Yeah, so I mean, in theory, right now, a site that's 50 units an acre, it's bumped up to 99 units an acre. That's the new base density. So then that would be, so you could, by base density, get to basically 100 units an acre. Then if you wanted to utilize density bonus, you could then get to 150 units an acre. So functionally going threefold over today's base density. And so those were all factors that supported that a 90% realistic capacity seemed realistically very achievable, if not very conservative, based on the projects we've seen. And in many cases, these projects that were at 150%, they would have gone more than 75 units an acre if there was a path for them.
Gotcha. Okay. Through the chair, those are all my clarifying questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I have a question about Measure Y and its relationship with the housing element. So if Measure Y were to not, the proposition would not pass, if first chance it doesn't pass this fall, what is HCD saying that the city must do? Like I want to be clear as far as what it is that we're then responsible to do.
So yes, and this was one of the key focus areas that we had multiple back and forths with HCD. We included a backup plan, and then they requested that it be strengthened and very specific in its deliverables. And so right now, as it's worded, if the November ballot measure is not successful, within 6 months, the city will need to come forward with a plan to add at least 1,700 units of additional capacity spread throughout the city, including in the RCAAs. And that would include rezonings. And so that's basically the deliverable we would need to move forward with within 6 months of that November date, is how do we add 1,700 units of additional capacity around the city? And what that would do is that would get our buffer up to 25%. So that's kind of why that number was chosen. But it's at least 1,700 units of additional capacity, so that we could ensure that we have a stronger buffer moving forward, since a big piece of our buffer is reliant on General Plan 2040.
Thank you. That was the only question I had.
Through the chair, I have one question. I think you may have just answered it for me. I was wondering when the EPS feasibility review was conducted, and if HCD has seen that review and approved the methodology in that review.
Well, so the review didn't develop its own methodology, but I guess the short answer is no. This wasn't a report that was provided to HCD. This was provided just over the past month.
Okay, thank you. And maybe methodology was not the right word, but for example, the idea that they looked at leases over the region, saw that generally leases over the region had 3 to 5 year terms, and so that, as you said, objective criteria is then applied over the city to talk about whether or not commercial leases are a constraint. That sort of justification or logic, I was curious if, because I know you'd have a lot of back and forth with HCD, if you had run that past them and they had said, yeah, that strategy or that logic makes sense. But it sounds like this has been provided relatively recently and HCD has not seen some of those justifications yet.
HCD did see the methodology that went into the housing element, which included looking at leases, and they did confirm, yes, you want to factor in leases, but the presence of a lease, even a longer term lease, would not necessarily, they would be okay with a site being included if it was meeting some of those other metrics that were listed. And so whether it's the valuation, the improvement value on the property, 1 or 2 story buildings, age of development, other lot coverage. So there were other factors that if we had multiple other factors, they wouldn't see the long-term lease as precluding it from being added to a site's inventory. So we did review that methodology with them, just not the peer review that was more recently done by EPS.
Got it. Thank you. That was very helpful.
I have a couple questions. One was related to what Commissioner Nugent said. What is specifically like on the ballot for November? I'm just curious for Measure Y.
That is something that is still being worked through. We'll be taking that to council in May. We'll be doing outreach. I know we have a polling firm that's conducting a statistically valid survey right now to help inform that. So stay tuned, more discussions to come. And then ultimately the council will need to pass a resolution that then moves forward to the county elections office for placement on the ballot in November.
But I think to add to that, through the chair, I think the fundamental change would be to the land use map and the density and height limits that currently Measure Y imposes citywide.
Right.
So the amendments would allow for that additional density that Zach was talking about, the 99 to 130 dwelling units per acre, and then also the height increases that are outlined in the adopted general plan.
Okay. That's a lot to deal with by November, it seems like, but it's coming up. Let's see. I mean, I had a few other, but I think most of them been kind of working them out. I guess my other question is it's a kind of a big question, I guess. We sort of talked about next steps, best case scenario, and I mean, what's the worst case scenario? I mean, what happens if we our plan tonight is, or the goal tonight is to adopt this, but, I mean, what happens if we don't, I guess? I guess I'd like to know what all the options are.
So for tonight, we're looking for a recommendation from the Planning Commission, so it wouldn't be an adoption, but so whatever that recommendation is, that'll then be forwarded to council, and then council will ultimately be charged with factoring that in and then taking action on adoption of the housing element, which we're looking at May 20th at this point to bring it before them.
I mean, I guess I'm just looking at like worst case scenario, like, so what if that doesn't happen?
So if we don't have an adopted housing element, because we've been, HCD has found our revised housing element to be in substantial compliance with state statute, but it's not certified. So until it's locally adopted, we can't submit it to HCD for certification. So if we don't locally adopt, we can't get certified, and so then we risk losing local control. We could receive builder's remedy applications where they could propose basically whatever they want, where we can't limit heights or densities or impose other site-specific requirements. So I guess that would be the ultimate outcome if we remain without a certified housing element.
Okay, yeah, that's what I kind of knew the answer, I guess. I just wanted to.
And then the one other piece is also we lose eligibility for state funding related to housing and other infrastructure improvements. There are a number of different funding sources that the city relies on that would be jeopardized if we don't have a certified housing element.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Actually going backwards, when does Measure Y sunset? Remind me of that.
2030.
Yeah, that's right, okay. The other thing, let me just see if there's anything else. I mean, this is kind of minor, but you mentioned that, some of these are just my curiosity, I guess. You mentioned the numbers for the permits for the ADUs. Are those all getting built, are we finding, or they are? Okay, because, I mean, that's not always the case. We see that with some of our bigger projects, but ADUs should hopefully be getting built, it sounds like, so.
Yeah, if you look in the housing element, I forget which exact table, we included both application numbers and permit numbers, and because usually application numbers are indicative of the next year's permit numbers, but there's always going to be fewer permits issued than applications. And so we're basing it on permits because for the most part, once a permit's issued, I mean, obviously you're going to see periodically permits withdrawn, abandoned, but it's pretty low. Of the permits that we issue, we see a very high success rate of those units ultimately getting built. Okay. I don't know the exact numbers, but I know looking at the production, it's fairly closely aligned where we do see a handful withdrawn, but the vast majority move forward and are ultimately construction and finalized usually within a year or so of issuance, if not sooner.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious because I just, I know that's not always the case with, much bigger projects, some of these, things I've seen, come before Planning Commission, for instance, are not always, coming to fruition. So, but obviously that's not the case with ADUs. So just curious. I guess that's it. These are just, like I said, kind of minor things. I'm done.
Thank you for all being so succinct in your questions. I won't be quite as short, so bear with me. Thank you for the presentation. Couple of quick, easy ones. Kiku Crossing is identified or counted in both RENA Cycle 5 and 6. And I know we've had this discussion before that it's allowable, but I don't remember why it's allowable.
Well, I think you're looking at two different categories. They were entitled housing units under Cycle 5, and now they're completed and occupiable units in Cycle 6.
So per Table 2 of the accomplishments 2015 through 2023, page H-E-8, in new construction, Kiku Crossing is part of the total of 2,573 homes in Cycle 5.
Because the permit was issued and construction was underway.
Correct. Yet it is also accredited or being included in cycle 6 assessment.
That is correct. That's consistent with what state statute allows.
That's what I'm saying is that I understand they were permitted in 2015 to 2023, but they were completed in 2023. So how do you get into both categories? How do you count them in your inventory for produced product in both cycles?
Well, the certificate of occupancy is actually issued in 2024 this year. It hasn't been issued, the temporary has been. So per guidance from the state, anything that's issued a certificate of occupancy after June of 2022 will count toward this current RENA cycle.
I understand that, but it's already been counted in the 5th cycle, so that's...
All we can do is align ourselves with what's allowed under state statute. But yeah, there's definitely overlap, and I think it highlights the timeline of projects that sometimes it takes multiple years to get them completed, and it does cross housing cycles.
Through the chair, I believe our consultant, Veronica Tam, wants to respond to your question.
Yeah, just a quick comment. The RENA projection period does overlap, and there are some overlapping. There are about 8 months of overlapping between the 5th cycle and the 6th cycle. And what state law does allow us to do is that anything that is permitted, approved, under construction, that will be made available beginning in July 1st, 2022, does get to count towards the RENA for the purposes of adequate sites analysis. But in terms of accomplishments for the 5th cycle, you did actually accomplish by issuing building permits. So you are issuing building. The credit for the 5th cycle is you successfully pursued a project with building permits. But with the 6th cycle, the same units, because they will become available beginning since July, after July 1st, 2022. In fact, the period that you can count your RENA credits begins 6 months, 7 months before your housing element starts. So there is that overlapping period, and under HCD's adequate sites analysis guide, it's spelled out that you are allowed to double count for credits.
Okay, seems like an odd way to assemble a production and projection. It still doesn't make any sense to me why we're able to do that, especially as it pertains to the cycle 5, because we only built 2,500 homes, so that was almost 10% of the total. So I think there's still some pretty important issues that HCD is tasking the city of San Mateo to accomplish, specifically around substantial evidence. And there has been quite a bit of discussion and input on how to ascertain what truly is substantial evidence as it pertains to the viability of projects being built site by site. Mateo, you had mentioned that it would be, pretty difficult to go site by site and determine realistic numbers by parcel. Yet, Commissioner Patel did suggest very early on in this project that some of the local jurisdictions did exactly that, and they came up with some fantastic information that was instrumental in them coming up with some very solid, realistic sites. I don't remember what cities you had mentioned. I don't know if it was Sunnyvale or Cupertino, but they had, they were very successful in getting a very reliable count. And I'm still concerned that we have not reached out to every single owner to ask them what their intentions are with their property. And we've had years to do this, and I did not count the quantity of owners of the sites, but I would think there's 130 or 140 people, all public records that we could have surveyed and not have relied on a projection by EPS, which was done I'm assuming was put together to help with this question from HCD and the reliability of our sites. I think we had the time, and I think we could have done it, and I think we would have gotten a lot of benefit out of it, and it would have taken a lot of the guesswork out of the whole procedure. Talking about substantial compliance or substantial evidence, the Bohannon Corporation has sent a letter in November 15th, 2023. I don't know if they have any more, if they sent any other more current letters, but they own 3 or 4 properties that are on the site's inventory, and they have questioned the total amounts of housing that have been proposed or shown on the list, and they have also questioned the degree of affordability that has been added on the list, and they've clearly stated that they do not believe or they will not be building what the city has put on the inventory. And I don't understand why, if this is not substantial evidence of what owners are going to do, it's not reflected in our site's analysis. As it pertains to the Farella letter of April 19th, I know that there was a response to HAC today on a letter I think they had sent sometime last year, and part of the response was that, and in your defense, you're not going to respond to this an April 19th letter by today. That's not fair. Yet, your response was, I believe you were responding to their previous letter, and you were also addressing some of the items that they had in this letter of April 19th. They, as you mentioned, their biggest concern is the viability of the site's inventory. And for the Bridgepoint Shopping Center, I know we've reduced that number correctly so, but there's also evidence that, in a common sense, that you're not going to take a shared parking lot and be able to build housing on it with active businesses performing their duties as businesses. And there's also public knowledge that all of those property owners, and most importantly, Target, have contracts. Their contracts state they have control over those parking lots. And what evidence does the city have about how much that costs for each of the sites, and whether the tenants would agree, and how fast, and how does that affect the likelihood of development? Specifically, where's a financial analysis saying that housing could even be built financially under those conditions? And if we are looking at sites that are impacted by leases and or ongoing businesses, if there's going to be a change, who says it's going to be residential? Maybe they're going to change it to commercial. We don't know. We haven't asked. We haven't gone to the owners to get their input. And that would be the substantial evidence that would be the backbone of the site's analysis. And I don't see those evidences in our methodology. We've got a list of 10 items in the methodology which we can pick from, which is supposed to reflect the ability to ascertain that they are going to be developed or not. But if we had just gone to the owners and asked them, we wouldn't have even had to put that list together. And we're still guessing. We don't have solid evidence. We don't have substantial evidence that our projections are correct. When you look at the EPS analysis that was put together April 17th, they make a lot of assumptions that don't carry the weight that backs up our methodologies as far as I could ascertain that is going to please HCD. I would be shocked because
through the chair, could I just interject and say that HCD has found our housing element substantially compliant with state law?
With a request to make sure that you have the substantial requirements. It says, absent findings, example given adoption resolution, based on substantial evidence, the existing uses will be presumed to impede additional residential development.
And that is a standard paragraph that's in every substantial compliance letter. That's not specific to San Mateo.
Correct.
So they've already worked closely with the city.
But San Mateo still has to be able to do that.
Exactly, and that's what we spent 4 rounds working with them on.
Okay, so, but we're now, we have got, there's public records which contradict our projections that have not been brought into this equation. And again, it go back to the Farrell property, the Parkside Plaza Shopping Center. The site's inventory does not indicate that the owner have interest in the redevelopment. There's numerous, the Burrell Shopping Center, the same comments. There's numerous public records where there are long-term leases in place. The owners have not reached out and said, we are willing to consider building on our properties, yet we have included them in our site's inventory. And this has been the same discussion that we've been now having for 2.5 years. And the questions are the same as they were then. In Farrell's letter, not Farrell's letter, in EPS's letter, housing sites inventory selection criteria appear reasonable. 40% of the 7,015 units are already in the pipeline, great. Most of the remaining development capacity is on sites with documented redevelopment interests or potential. Do we have that documentation? Is it available?
What are you're asking? We have letters from some property owners, but not all. Okay. Through the chair, do you want me to provide a couple responses or let you finish and then we can?
No, go ahead.
So I think there's a number of factors where we need to understand what the housing element sites inventory can and can't do. It is the city's obligation each year to monitor and maintain and update our sites inventory. So let's take the Hillsdale Mall, for example. We've got some capacity estimates as to what can be achieved on that site. If they submit an application and they have different numbers, we will then be updating our sites inventory to reflect the numbers in the proposal. And then if we have deficiencies, we'll need to identify other sites. So we'll be actively maintaining the sites inventory. And I think one of the things that's a clear constant is that there's always evolution in what property owners are interested in. I think if we'd gone to the owners of the Marriott 3 months ago, we would have been told, no, we have no interest. And now all of a sudden, this is a very active site that could be transacted and potentially redeveloped. And so you're not necessarily going to get at any point in time something from a property owner that's indicative of that property for the remainder of the period. And so for that period, that's why there is a certain amount of academic exercise in going through and working up an estimate. And then over the course of that housing cycle, we monitor and we actively take care to make sure that we don't have any deficiencies as circumstances change, as proposals come forward, as sites then become infeasible. We have a site that's moving forward that's an all-office project at El Camino and I believe 3rd Avenue. That site at one point was on our inventory as a vacant site. With that application, we took it off. So what we're highlighting is that this is an evolving living document that will evolve over the course of the housing cycle, and it's the city's responsibility to ensure that it always has the necessary capacity to achieve our RHNA.
Through the chair, may I ask a follow-up question?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you showed us a slide that I think said there's 10 criteria for the site's inventory, and if it meets any one of the first 4,
It's actually the first 5.
First 5, thank you. First 5, great, gets on the site inventory. And then if it meets a multiple of the second 5, it gets on the site inventory. And if I were to ask in a more concrete way what you're asking, you're saying that there are sites pointed out in this letter, I think, if I'm leaning over and reaching, maybe Borel Square, where we've put it on the site inventory, checking the box that there is owner-developer interest, and yet there is a public comment from a law firm saying that there's been no stated interest from the owner. And I think maybe what you're asking is how do we reconcile that difference in information or these conflicts in what documentation there is for some of these sites that are called out in this letter?
So through the chair, just a couple points, and that at Burrell Square, actually, the documented interest was in 2019. I don't know exactly when the property changed hands. There was actually then a master plan submitted to the city at a high level that included housing, and the interest at that point was, well, let's see how the general plan plays out. And so we did have specific ownership interest at that point. And so that's a circumstance where it's on us to monitor, and that's why, as at HCD's request, we included a mid-cycle review where we'll look closely at each of these sites. And so I think this is where this is a good example of we've got multiple different data points that could lead us in different directions, but I don't think either predicts the outcome.
Okay, so when I first saw this sites analysis 2.5 years ago, or maybe a little over 2 years ago, I called 8 property owners on the sites analysis, and each and every one of them told me that they had absolutely no plan of building housing on their property by 2031. I gave the city that information. Most of those sites are still shown on this analysis as having potential to be built. So I don't think we have, even through the housing element, taken information from certain property owners, such as Bohannon, looked at other sites that have long-term leases and realistically projected if they should be on this list or not. So yes, Zach, I was asking for specific documentation because this letter says that most of the remaining development capacity is on sites with documented redevelopment interest, and I don't see the documents. That's been my concern all along, and it hasn't been addressed, I think, in the manner that it should for this documentation. I had at least one other question on the quantified objectives for cycle 6. And it's table 13 on page, it's on page 130 and 131, but it ends on 131, Manera. And what's interesting to me about the quantitative information is that I think it states that this is what the sites analysis is what could happen, but the quantitative is what the city expects to build. Is that the correct way to assume that statement?
So there's a couple points to understand the difference between the sites inventory, which is a capacity analysis, and then the quantified objectives, which is what the city projects could realistically be built given the current resources and information that's on hand. And I think, and this was outlined in the EPS report, we in our quantified objectives do see a challenge in reaching the affordable allocation, and that's primarily related to a significant funding gap. I mean, there's, at the end of the day, finding funding to support affordable housing is a key barrier that goes beyond what the city can produce. And by the EPS estimate, we have a deficiency of over $2 billion that would be needed to fully achieve our affordable RHNA potential. So we also wanted to be open and upfront that a key barrier is beyond the city's local control, which is there needs to be significant funding available to construct housing, particularly the affordable housing. We do see a path to the above market rate pieces being able to be achieved and a significant portion of affordable through that, but that alone cannot fully achieve our affordable housing piece absent additional funding coming from state and federal levels. And the EPS analysis kind of bears that out, where it talks about the amount of funding that can be achieved and then the amount of funding that needs to be provided to fully get there. And it's a big number.
It is a big number, yet I think the number needs to be looked at a little bit differently because it is a hindrance, that's absolutely a huge hindrance, but that's what we're tasked on trying to solve. And how we solve that issue is not just through garnering of funds, but it's also by policy, which we're trying to do, zoning, which we haven't done, and getting a pathway. And no, there's no way that the city can afford to build it, but they're not asked to. We're only asked to put mechanisms in place so we can have the possibility of doing it, exactly as you know. So with the quantified objectives for this cycle, there's a footnote that says, for future affordable to be determined is an estimate of potential publicly funded housing production based on an 8-year projections of the city's various housing funds and an assumption that costs will average to $100,000 per unit. So what does that mean?
So what that is saying is that with the city's affordable housing funds, our goal would be to leverage $100,000 of city money to build a unit. And I think Kiku Crossing is a good example where there were city contributions, but obviously it was a $170 million project.
Yeah.
And the city contributed about $12 million to that project. But what that references is local contributions are a key source that then can leverage county, state, and federal money, as well as then the associated loans to get a project built. And so what we're saying is we estimated a certain number of affordable units with the assumption that it would take, the city would contribute an average of $100,000 of our housing funds, dedicated funds, to help realize those units, then using that to leverage other sources to fully achieve them and build them.
So let me see if I understand the numbers properly. We are projecting the TBD of, I think, 260 homes on city-owned properties, or
Not necessarily on city-owned property. That's a big piece because that's a value that we can provide that's not monetary.
Yeah.
But there's other privately owned properties where we would contribute funding, but it's not our property. So
Okay.
it doesn't have to be on city-owned property.
Okay, 260 homes, roughly, at $100,000 a pop, right? And that would be the city funding component, which over 8 years would be roughly $26 million. That is what we're saying, that we feel that the city could contribute. Is that right?
Based on the revenue at hand and revenue projections and the various housing funds available, yes.
Okay, all right. then the city's doing pretty well if they're able to come with those funds for affordable housing and match them to the other $2.5 billion that we might need to do it. Well, I mean, that's what you're saying. We've got the rest of the program is in place where if we come up with our funds, then we'll be able to build these, get these other 260 units built.
That's correct. And then that much larger 2 billion number also represents where we might see an affordable housing provider partnership to obtain a property and then build. That money needs to come from any number of sources to help them get there as well. Because obviously our money can only go so far and it's far short of the overall amount needed. And so that's where we would need to look to other state and federal levels to come up with this additional funding if we want to see a clear path that we know could be achieved in the next 8 years.
Okay, so I'll wrap up my questions with one other small item that was in this report. Sorry, you guys. So if I recall correctly, 25% of the renters in the city of San Mateo are extremely rent burdened, meaning they're paying over 50% of their income for rent. And then there's another 20% of the renters, or 30% of the renters, between 30 and 50% of the renters who are paying 30% of their income in rent. And for the city's statement, the barrier of land costs causes the city to struggle to find new sites for all types of development. And the statement, part of the statement by EPS also points out quite regularly the significant cost of land, which is impacting the cost of housing. But they've made their projections based on being able to build the affordable housing is based on the projection that the rent is less than 30% of the households that will be living in these residences, when in fact, all of our renters, the vast majority of our renters are paying over 30%. So already for rent. So how can they use that number as a projection of building low-cost housing when we already have the vast majority of our renters are cost burdened? They're basing their projection on a reality today that doesn't exist.
If I believe I'm following it correctly, I think the formula they used is what's required to get financing. And that's the formula when you're looking at a certain percentage, if you can rely on a certain amount of rent coming in. But otherwise, I don't know if there's an answer that you're looking for out of that
So what they
statement.
say actually is that they assume that households pay no more than 30% of the published maximum household income limits, including utility costs. So currently, the vast majority of our renters are already past that 30%. So their projections of the RENA numbers that we're going to be able to make, we already can't do that in reality.
Yes, if I may add to that response. So the estimate that EPS was looking at was just in terms of funding. This does not affect like the RENA methodology that the city used. They were just analyzing what would be a gap in terms of funding to achieve the affordable units in the city in general. I think this was more an exercise to show how difficult it is to achieve the capacity that, or rather the allocation that each city has, and region-wide and probably statewide, to meet our affordable housing goals, to have them actually be built. This does not tie into the RENA capacity analysis that we did. This was more a paper exercise to just look at what are those funding gaps and how can we get there. I think this was more intended for that purpose, like just to look at the quantified objectives and say, this is the kind of subsidies we would need. Zach, if you want to add.
Yeah, so I was just looking at the footnote, and so I think I understand how they built that. So when we have a deed-restricted affordable unit, the rent for that unit is set on that formula. So that's not speaking to what someone is paying at the market rent. That's saying what revenue can be realized. So if you're building a low-income unit, that is going to be 80% of the AMI, and then to establish the monthly rent, you're going to use that 30% number. So that's the revenue that can be projected off that unit. And from that revenue, you're going to be able to get a certain amount of financing. That financing is what they're saying only is going to fund about half that unit. So now you've got a deficiency to fund the rest of that unit in order to actually realize it. So that's how they're using that. They're not saying that a market rate person only pays 30% of their rent. That's the formula that would be used when you have a deed restricted affordable unit and you're renting it.
I understand. I think that leaves their conclusions wanting, because without getting that type of rent, the whole return on investment doesn't work. It's based on getting that amount of money. And we're not getting that now. We can't rent them. We can't get that formula to work. We can go on. There was one other statement that ESG I found somewhat confounding. Local development economics support redevelopment. High housing demand has driven up land values for residential development, making it financially attractive for many commercial property owners to offer their sites for redevelopment, even if they absorb certain costs to terminate leases and consolidate parking, etc. This is probably one of the biggest problems that we have today in building housing. The property value is way too high. Developers can't afford to buy the land to build. And another component is that the rents are not increasing at a value that make it feasible to develop housing. We all know that. But this statement from EPS is saying this is a good thing and it's going to make more housing. It's the exact opposite of what is happening in the market today. It doesn't work that way. The rental rates have been flat. We all know that. The cost of land is going up. We all know that. So we also already know that we're not building anything because of it. But they're saying this is one of the reasons why our methodology is working, is because land values are going up. So I am nervous about this letter from EPS substantiating our methodologies. Thank you for that 15 minutes, everybody. I appreciate it. We can come back to the council or the commission and continue with questions and/or comments. Oh, it's been requested that we take a 5-minute break? Thank you. Bring the meeting back to order, please.
Through the chair. Could I start with comments, please?
Sure.
Okay. Quick thank you to you, Chair, to all the commissioners for your questions and comments and robust initial work. Thank you to my commissioners, to City Council, to staff, to everyone that's looked at this over a long period of time. I came on the commission right after there'd been 2 study sessions, and then when it came back last year, I think I was out of town or something. So I've tried to follow it as close as I can, but I know that most everyone else in this room has spent a lot of time on it and more than me. So just want to acknowledge all that hard work. And then maybe go out of order and just touch on a couple things in the EPS report, and then I'll jump through my comments. I think staff addressed it well. I just to hammer the point home about the assumption of the 30%, no more than 30% rent being used is sort of, to me, helping to make the point about how massive the funding gap is. Because right now, people are paying way too much. They're paying more than 30% of their income on rent. And if you were to build projects for everyone that needs affordable rent, you couldn't charge them 50% of their income anymore. Thank heavens, you would charge a more reasonable amount and let people live a better life. And that means even less revenue on the project, and that means an even bigger funding gap. And so it would be great, actually, if we could find like $2 billion or $4 or whatever it is, in addition to the $26 million that we think we'll be able to provide. But in a way, when I read that, it was underscoring for me how massive the issue is. It's when you actually start charging people an affordable rent, the economics get even worse, in a sense, than they would be. So that was my takeaway from that. And then that comment on from the CoStar data about how much developers have been paying for land was a striking number, and I'm trusting that CoStar sales data is it's not perfect, but it's usually I think in the ballpark. Striking numbers, and I think also I was hearing the point you were making that those numbers did rise while rents were rising. And so these particular years, 21 and 22, yep, they were paying even more for land because they thought they were going to get even greater rents. And now we're entering, and this is out of order from the segue that I'm going to make, so I'll try to go back around, but now we're in a really weird time where rents are actually dipped, not just flat, dipped. And so I don't think they'd be able to like pay that anymore. But on the other hand, the thing they were going to do with the land otherwise, build office, also is highly in question. And so between two macroeconomic issues, work from home, reducing office demand, and federal funds rate increasing in the last 18 months, like things that have happened since we started looking at this, actually. Sorry, not tying my points together very well. When I started looking at this 2 years ago, those things were nascent or really weren't emerging yet. And since that time, there's a skyscraper in St. Louis that sold for 3% of its previous valuation. It's probably an outlier, but you see skyscrapers in San Francisco selling for 30%. And so there's something interesting that's happening where land values are totally kind of going to be reset in a lot of ways, and it'll affect different markets differently. But what I can't help have in the back of my mind is that landowners' incentives and plans for their property, I think, are at a bit volatile right now and are changing from things that they would or would not have done a few years ago, things that developers would or would not have done a few years ago. It's in flux right now, and so I think I don't envy staff's position of trying to make some assumptions about what's going to happen, because I think it's going through a lot of change. So sorry, leaving that as an observation on that point you were making. Yeah, rents are changing, and now I think actually land values are changing too, and I think it's going to do some things some things are going to be bad. It's going to stall out some developments and make housing harder to deliver. And I think it's going to open up new opportunities too. Let me jump to my comments before I ramble too much. The site's inventory and the methodology to me is like seems like one of the core things. When I looked at it the first time 2 years ago, I didn't understand what was going on. I didn't understand why certain things were being done or why certain assumptions were being made. And so the methodology that's there now, I can at least follow a little bit and say, okay, now we can like see your work a little bit on we're assuming this, any one of these first 5 and 3 out of 6 through 10. One of those things gets you on the list. And looking at the improvement value ratio, like that's starting to like form a coherent approach. So that's starting to make sense to me. At the same time, I remember reading the HCD sites inventory guidelines I think it's from 2020, and some of that language is brought up in the Farella letter. The standard that's being talked about seems pretty clear. That you've got to find very particular things out to include a site. And I think if you'd have a lot of sites to go around to, and if you went and asked everybody, I don't know what answers you would get. And I think you might be in a position where you'd have a lot fewer sites listed if you like did that in a very strict way. And so in a vacuum, I would sort of look at that, and then I see that I see that a lot of work's been done in the last year. I see that we have substantial compliance from HCD, and I don't know how to look under the hood of that. Myself, I would tend to put a lot of weight on what HCD says. And then I have this other piece, which is what I was starting to talk about. Like, even if you, had perfect knowledge or a lot more detailed knowledge site by site about what's going to happen, what you would have found 2 years ago with that is like maybe strikingly different than what you would find today, and maybe strikingly different than what you would find 2 years from now. So I guess I'm like, I don't know, I usually kind of feel like I have a clear conclusion in my comments, and I'm feeling muddled currently with it. I'm like, what would I do with this information if I knew it? How would it, maybe it would help me with this, but what does it mean for what's actually going to happen in the city, or what it means for, what sites are realistically available? I know sites inventory is different than quantifiable outcomes and different yet again from what might actually happen, but it's such a weird time. I don't know. I'm like throwing my hands up wondering, how do I make the finding that's referenced in attachment A, or how do I recommend making the finding that's in attachment A, exhibit A, which is the city council, recommend city council findings, against HCD having started out with a ton of comments and a lot of work needing to be done a year ago, getting down to a letter that we now have substantial compliance. I'm feeling like conflicted. So those were actually my comments, and I'm not used to feeling that. But let me make sure I didn't have anything else. And then I'm quite curious to hear my other commissioners who have been a little more, maybe deeply engaged. Yeah, I think those are all my comments until someone else says something else interesting. Thank you.
Through the chair, I suppose we'll just go this direction. As you might have been alluding to, I have been deeply engaged in this for the life of this update. And I also have mixed feelings. I'm pleased that HCD has found it to be in substantial compliance. But I also am concerned that in 2031, we're going to look back and we will not have achieved the goals that the city has been given and also should be striving for. And there's many factors in that. I do think that I've said it many a time that there really should be a two-step process for developing the site's inventory, where sites that have shown owner intent should be given a certain percentage of likelihood of development factor. And then sites that do not show owner intent should be given a separate, different percentage based on development trends, for like the Marriott sort of scenario where, we had no idea that the Marriott might be a development potential, but that happens, and there's a rate at which those types of things occur. And that's something that I've stressed throughout. And I do feel like the hesitations I have for our site inventory still are presented in some of these comments that we've recently received. But again, HCD has found our housing element to be in substantial compliance. So that doesn't give us, as a body, a whole lot of leverage to push further for that. And as I say the word leverage and push, I think, just stepping back, our whole predicament that we're in with this housing element, our housing crisis, our high rents, our high costs to purchase new homes, is a political will problem. And I feel, unfortunately, that from the get-go, a lot of what I get from the city has been trying to do just enough to get by. And I feel like Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom, as the stone door is closing in on the spike room that's gonna kill them all, he slipping in under the door, grabbing his hat, and is out, and is like, all right, on to the next thing. And I worry that I don't think anybody who's worked on this would mortgage or put up money of substantial amounts to bet on us meeting our numbers in the next 8 years. But I would be glad if that happened. Again, it's a political will thing. The housing element states that the cost of housing, or the cost of properties, has increased by 115% just in the 10 years. And if you calculate that out across all the properties, all the homes in just the homes, not commercial, in San Mateo, that's approximately $30 to $40 billion in San Mateo that housing has increased. The land value inflation, the land value increase, $30 to $40 billion in San Mateo alone, and we can't come up with $44 billion. Clearly, no rational actor sitting here interacting with the Planning Commission or the City Council is going to say, yeah, we could come up with $40 billion easily. There's no way. That would be insane for us as a city to think that we could raise $4 billion over the course of this housing element. But yet, we have increased land value basically by about 30 to 40 billion in San Mateo. And that is so toxic, because that increase is not a pumping of additional value to society. Sure, there's a few additional units compared to what there were in 2010, but most of it is just basically a tax on renters and youth who are trying to buy homes from older homeowners. That is a terrible, toxic political situation. And I don't think a lot of people run those numbers and realize what's going on. And it is of our making. These land value increases can happen as you get more productive economically, but they also happen when you don't build enough housing. And that's driving the cost of building affordable housing. It's driving the cost of building market rate housing. It's a huge issue. And you look at that, and you look at these numbers of how much land value has increased. And you compare it to the scope of what we're planning to do through this housing element, and it feels like milquetoast. And that's really sad to say, because I look at what has been changed since I last saw the housing element, especially in our goals, policies, and such. And I'm really pleased to see additional metrics. I don't want to hinder the implementation of many very positive goals and policies, but I also am very skeptical that this is a plan with the actual intention of building the 7,000 units. If it happens, I will gladly eat my shirt. I mean, but I'm super skeptical, and I look at this as kind of, I don't know where to go. Obviously, HCD has in a sense, more or less approved this, and this needs to go forward. And it would be a tragedy if this doesn't go forward to the City Council and it doesn't get approved, because there's lots of programs that absolutely need to be implemented that are exciting and that we should be rah, let's get them done. But it just feels so muddled, especially in relationship to the general plan. That as somebody who's been involved with both things for years, even myself, it's hard to really grasp their relationship and what the relationship to me should be. And that's a disappointment. But nevertheless, at this point in the stage, I don't really see what we can do to make any changes to this. This is to me going forward. And is it what I wish it could have been? Absolutely not. Is it significantly better than it was a year ago? Yes, absolutely. I will, hands down, it's better than where it was. Do I feel like my time has been wasted? No. But then again, I also am disappointed where it is, some of the things that didn't happen. And again, I think the letters that we've recently gotten basically sum up where I still think that the deficiencies are. But again, the proof will be in the pudding. We'll have a mid-cycle review, and we'll figure out if our projections were correct, and if they're not, then that should be our opportunity to make changes. So that's where I'm at. Okay.
Thank you.
It's always great to hear from my fellow commissioners. So first, I also want to thank staff and my fellow commissioners and all of the members of the public, including some of the very long and very detailed comments we've gotten, for all the work that has gone into this. I know some of this have been on the train since the very beginning, just about 3 years working on this. And I can't, it's hard to even wrap my head around how much time and effort have gone into this. And I'm very thankful for everyone who participated. I know that this has not been an easy process. Over the last 3 years, as we have reviewed various iterations of this housing element, I have always, at the end of the day, considered two questions. Do I think HCD will find this housing element substantially compliant with state law and ultimately certify it after adoption? And two, do I think this housing element is a plan that will enable the development of 7,015 units of housing, allowing San Mateo to both meet our RHNA goals and address our housing crisis? Those are the two things in my mind. To the first question, we have now heard from HCD that they find this current revision to be substantially compliant with state law. Therefore, I believe they are likely to certify it. Box checked. To the second question, no, I do not believe that this housing element will enable the development of 7,015 units of housing. And I think, I'll get into details, but I think part of the challenge is the very intertwined relationship we have now between this housing element and the general plan and the order of operations that things ended up going down. So our staff report notes the city has the capacity for potential development of up to 10,286 housing units, or 146% of our RENA allocation. This development capacity exists within the city's current zone densities and does not require any rezoning to achieve, as we've discussed. However, these same current zone densities only produced 2,579 units in cycle 5, achieving 81% of our RENA goal. I have been asking this question since the very beginning, since the very first meeting, where it became clear rezoning was not on the table. I don't understand why we think the same zone densities would suddenly produce nearly triple the units, especially given the current economic climate and the post-COVID double whammy of increased construction costs and increased interest rates. And so I think part of the disconnect here, you hinted at this a little bit, Commissioner Nugent, which was like, what was the ultimate philosophy and goal of this exercise? I think where we have ended up is that the goal was to demonstrate that we have capacity for development. A different goal is to show likelihood of development. And I think if we wanted to have shown likelihood of development, you said I've talked about the cities before, I keep referencing, there's many, there's LA, but more locally there is Campbell, who proactively reached out years in advance to every owner of their draft site inventory, asked them if they had an intent to develop housing in the next 8 years. For the ones that said yes, they marked 100% probability of development and invited them to focus groups to understand the constraints to development. For the ones that said no, they crossed them off the list. For the ones where they never received a response, they looked at the probability of each site development in the previous cycle, which was 26%, and they assigned a same probability of that site being developed in cycle 6. They actually increased it to 28%. They gave themselves a little bit of a bump. And I think that kind of approach is one where you are mathematically going into this saying, how likely are these units to get developed, and how do I end up with a site inventory where we're going to achieve a likeliness of development, as opposed to demonstrating capacity. That all said, we have a huge potential to unlock capacity in the general plan update. We have a potential to unlock capacity for an additional 19,764 units. The hiccup, the challenge, is that most of those parcels in the general plan were already at the Measure Y density limits. And so in order to unlock that capacity, in order to unlock almost all that capacity, we need our voters to approve exceeding Measure Y at the ballot this November. And our backup plan, our plan B, if that doesn't happen, is that through policy H-1.20, we will present alternative plans within 6 months to the City Council, including a plan for rezoning to address the housing production constraint of Measure Y, with an emphasis on higher densities in high and highest resource areas, and to add at least 1,700 units of new capacity around the city. So here are the two potential paths, the two potential outcomes. This ballot measure passes, and we nearly triple the capacity. This ballot measure doesn't pass, and we add 1,700 units of capacity. And then I go back to my original question of why do we think that an extra 1,700 units of capacity is going to result in triple the housing production of the previous cycle? And so it feels like we have a lot hinging on the passage of the general plan amendment at the ballot. And to speak to your comments around political will, a political decision was made I talked about this at our last Planning Commission meeting, to kind of aim for the middle, to not appease people who wanted to press the accelerator on housing development and to not appease people who wanted a more conservative approach to housing development. And so neither group is excited about this ballot measure. And it just, to me, feels like we have a lot hinging on a ballot measure where I'm not certain what the excitement is for passing it. And so that's where I'm scared. And I want to be optimistic, but I'm not optimistic that in 8 years we're going to have 7,015 units of housing out of this plan. I also had a lot of comments around this feasibility review from EPS, which quoted strong housing demand and high land values for residential development have made redevelopment financially attractive and feasible for commercial property owners. And that's such an odd statement to read right now, where it feels like there's a lot of financial constraints to development. And so as far as I can tell, their justification for that conclusion is an increase in sales price per acre for residential developments in San Mateo from 2021 to 2022, and the claim that land values are enough to finance the purchase of an existing office or retail site. Although I think, like you said, Chair Ebnetter, I was looking for the citation. I needed Wikipedia citation needed. I couldn't figure out where that came from. And so while land values may have increased from 2021 to 2022, I was looking at HCD's annual progress review dashboard. And I'm not sure if these numbers are accurate because they don't match my memory, so it's possible this is not accurate, but at least according to HCD's dashboard, in 2021, San Mateo entitled 123 units and completed 261 units. In 2022, we entitled 0 units and completed 249 units. And in 2023, we entitled 5 units and completed 122 units. So there's this argument that's being made that land values have gone up and that's going to help facilitate housing development. Meanwhile, when you look at the actual data in the progress review dashboard, very little housing is actually getting entitled or completed. So I'm not sure how to reconcile that. We had 2 developers come before Planning Commission in 2023 asking for extensions, specifically citing trouble obtaining financing or because projects were no longer financially viable. And then, just today we saw that another extension was approved for the Hayward Park Caltrain project. So I'm struggling to reconcile what we're reading in this feasibility review with what is actually happening in our city right now in front of us. And I think because you kind of poked at this, Commissioner Wiggins, but they're citing general lease terms. And I think there was at one point where they were looking at stuff from 2014 to present and using that objective criteria across the entire city as opposed to looking at what's happening in specific sites and specific projects in the city. I continue to have concerns about specific sites that are on the site inventory, and the likelihood that these sites will be developed in the next 8 years. Pipeline project number 1, Fremont Terrace. I'm confused why the status is stated as construction is in progress, even though construction has been halted since December 2022. And on November 14th, 2023, a foreclosure notice was posted at the site indicating it would be posted for public sale. Pipeline project number 6, Concar Passage. No executed development agreement, and they came before us to request a 2-year extension to execute the development agreement. And when they came before us, the developer revealed that they don't currently have the property rights. It's predicated on the expiration of leases, several of which were renewed during COVID. And then they also stated, as part of their materials they submitted, that the current economic conditions are such that the entitled project is not currently financially feasible, especially due to inflationary construction and financing costs. Pipeline project number 7, 1919 O'Farrell Street, and pipeline project number 11, 4 West Santa Ynez, were both listed for sale after entitlement in 2021 and 2022. Redevelopment opportunity site number 19, the downtown cluster, that was previously entitled in 2017 and ultimately expired. Redevelopment opportunity site number 2023, Bridgepoint. We've talked a lot about this tonight. The existing conditions, again, states that many of the commercial spaces are vacant. However, as of today, I believe it is fully leased. The letter from Farrell, LeBron, and Martel goes through and says when those leases expire, most of which seem to last through the cycle. And just like you stated, Chair Ebnetter, I don't understand why any of those businesses would allow their parking lots to be redeveloped while those businesses are in operation in an area where there's not easy public transit or pedestrian or bicycle access. Hayward Park Station, I was just added this today because they were just granted a 2-year extension. And I've spoken to that developer, and he, like others, cited interest rates and financing as a cause of delay. So again, I'm having trouble reconciling this feasibility review with what we're hearing from developers. In addition to concerns about capacity and site inventory, I also have concerns about affirmatively furthering fair housing. I was looking again at the TCAC opportunity area map. I think there are, of the 200 sites in our inventory, there's maybe 2 or 3 sites that fall into the highest resource TCAC opportunity area designation. And now, more recently, we have an effort by community groups that are working to get some of the neighborhoods in our racially concentrated areas of influence exempted from laws that enable missing middle housing via historic designation. And then from an environmental justice standpoint, I think one of our public commenters mentioned this as well, referencing the HLC letter that 48% of the site inventory capacity is located within 500 feet of Highway 101 or Highway 92, which is contrary to the recommendations of both the California Air Resources Board and the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. So, all of that said, I, like the rest of my commissioners, are conflicted. But going back to my original question, number 1, do I think HCD will find this substantially compliant with state law and certify it? Yes. Are there very significant penalties for not having an adopted and certified housing element? Yes. Would I like to avoid those penalties as soon as humanly possible? Yes. So I am, like you, conflicted, but I would like to see us avoid those penalties.
Okay. Yeah. So a good discussion about these issues and the constraints and the gaps that we're feeling in the housing element. Lots of good questions and issues that are still somewhat not necessarily unanswered, but unresolved. So I mean, I appreciate this discussion, including good comments from the public that you just touched on with, regards to projects near freeways. And however, as we've talked about, we must move forward with our recommendation to City Council to approve this and to not put the city of San Mateo in the position of not adopting the housing element, which would result in our city having a builder's remedy plan on our books. This is not something we can allow, and because we would not get the end results that we want. We know it wouldn't get the end results, even if we have our doubts about what our end results are going to be with this housing element. I think we all feel that same way. And I guess I should have started by saying, I understand this is a huge effort and undertaking, and, my role in it has been just right here, and, more limited than all of these people that have worked on this. And I feel grateful, a lot of gratitude for everyone for working so hard on this, and undertaking it. And in fact, I feel this urgency because, and I'm sure the people that have been working on it more intensely feel that more than me. Our time is being reduced as we speak. So, meaning the time to produce this housing is within a window that's currently, being chipped away at. The clock is ticking. I would say the good news and the takeaway from this is that, like, what I'm hearing is that this is a living document, and it's going to require continuing updates and, finger on the pulse kind of what's happening, and that it's an evolving process. So staff has a big job ahead of them, ongoing job, to monitor and continually update this document. And we have no choice but to rely on that in the coming months and years to do the best we can. I feel like ultimately we're at the mercy a little bit of the developers or the partnerships between developers and the city and nonprofits to proceed with, these projects. I had the same concern. I have the big concern that Commissioner Patel referenced, which is the schedule extensions. We've saw, 2 last year. We just received notice of another one granted by the zoning administrator this year. So I am concerned about projects, or in fact, other projects that I've seen, either not proceeding or changes in what looks like changes in the plans for them moving forward. So all of these are concerns, but as I said, I mean, we kind of don't have a choice but to proceed with this and just, know that everyone has put so much effort into it, and that effort is going to be ongoing to continually update and look for those projects. So those are my comments.
Through the chair. I have one more thing I wanted to say, just for the record, which is when we started this process, I know many of us felt similarly. I took this responsibility very seriously, and I wanted to be the most educated that I could be so that I could do the best job that I could to provide feedback on this element. And I've mentioned this a few times, like many of you, I read the site inventory guidebook, I took all the webinars, I read all the technical assistant memos, and I, even read response letters from HCD to other cities because I wanted to understand what they were saying and make sure that I was anticipating what I thought they might say and try to help us get this certified as quickly as possible. I think sitting where I sit now, 3 years later, it is clear to me that the guidelines and the rules are not always consistently applied to every city. I remember in our February 2022 joint meeting with City Council, I read from HCD's response letter to the city of Fullerton, and I was talking about how they had a very similar situation as us, where they had several shopping centers that have multiple tenant leases, and they were specifically requiring the city of Fullerton to provide information on those leases to show that those uses would discontinue within the cycle period. Here we are in literally kind of the opposite situation, where we have information on leases showing they don't expire until very late in the cycle period, and that was okay with HCD. They found that our methodology was substantially compliant. And I think that has made it really difficult for us as commissioners. It was clearly made it really difficult for staff and difficult for city council to figure out how to interpret these guidelines and these rules and these standards to our city when the information that we're getting compared to what other cities are getting is inconsistent. And so if I were if I were queen of the universe, I would make a suggestion to HCD that just like we as jurisdictions are adopting objective design standards to streamline our housing production, I see a huge opportunity here for objective standards in the housing element process to make it much easier and much faster to create these housing elements.
Through the chair, it's 11 p.m. I assume the commission wants to continue. Thank you.
Anyone got popcorn? Any more comments?
I do have one quick comment. I do want to thank staff. I mean, I've been really, I feel like I've been really harsh and like strident, but staff has put in an enormous amount of work, and it's a beautiful housing element. There's so much in there that I am really pleased about, and I just don't like. I don't want to get you guys down. Like, you've done so much work, and there's a lot here to love. So thank you.
Yes, I agree, for sure.
Great, thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, staff. Thank you, public, for all of your time and efforts. I hear a lot of concern from all of my fellow commissioners for a variety of reasons. And I absolutely have the same concerns about where this whole process is going to lead us. Our stated goals of diversity, balance, inclusivity, prosperity, and resilience align with the state's goals of AFFH. The public fully embraced the idea of crafting a comprehensive and collaborative housing element with detailed requests of increased heights and densities, aggressively addressing housing and environmental inequalities, and building housing in high opportunity areas, all to make San Mateo a more just, livable, and diverse community. This is what the public told us they wanted. This is what we have in our general plan, is what we have said we will do. This housing element will not meet those goals as it is currently drafted. The job of respecting the contributions of all people has not been adhered to, which is inevitably what the stated vision statement is all about. We will lose because of this regrettable refute. Our first meeting on 10/12/21, we had many of the exact same concerns that we are bringing up today. That was over 800-900 days ago, and they're still the same. My job is very simple as a planning commissioner. I am to make recommendations to the city council based on what I have heard from residents of San Mateo and if the decision would benefit all of the city. Clearly, the residents demanded more from this element, and it has not been realized for a variety of reasons. I feel yet again that I'm put in an inevitable position to make a decision that will not benefit my city long-term because we're under timing restraints. For 2.5 years, this commission has repeatedly brought the same issues to the table, and I fully believe if our recommendations, mostly these four recommendations, had been implemented in the housing element in a timely manner, we would have had it complete by 2023. Our observations almost mirrored the HCD letters that were published after our comments. And I think it was a huge mistake on our part as a city to not follow the guidelines from day one. And the most important aspect, which we decided early on, was we were going to refuse to do any zoning changes. I've never been told why we thought it wasn't required. I've heard numerous landlords surprised that zoning wasn't the first thing that we did. I feel that this commission is now put in a position to pick between two deficient issues. One is, if we deny it, the city is put in a position that there are financial components, financial detriment to them. If we support it, we do not have a good, solid footing or idea that it's going to benefit the people that it is supposed to benefit the most, and those are the ones who are in need. The statement, and the statement here is that, or the part of the discussion now is that, well, how will this be financially detrimental to the city if it's not adhered to? That's not my concern. My concern is if we are going to implement a product that is not going to benefit housing production and specifically the people in most need, that's a much bigger failure than my city looking at financial components, because they've put themselves in that position, not me. And I cannot say this is a program, ethically, I cannot say this is a program that I think is the best for San Mateo. It just doesn't work. I'm sorry we're in this position, but I didn't put us in this position. I also feel that long-term, if we also, there was an article in the Journal, the Daily Journal the other day, that stated that the city of San Mateo is currently looking at projected revenue losses over the next 2 or 3 years. And one of the main components is they're in a legal battle for $20 or $30 million. I am genuinely concerned that if this element goes through and it is adopted by the city, that they're going to expose themselves to even more lawsuits. And that's my money. That's a problem, because that's not taking care of people's finances that the city has a hold of. Also, the statement that we are going to accept this because HCD has approved it flies in the face of history. For decades, the state of California made policy, enforced ordinances, and regularly regulated redlining and other exclusionary practices, and nobody questioned it. So just because a state department is telling me that we are addressing AFH right, and this is the proper way to do it, doesn't mean I have to believe that, because I don't. So we've all got our problems with this unit, with this document. It has been a lot of work. There are policies that are part of it that could work, but we don't have the sites or the inventory to make those policies make a difference. So, I, for one, would much rather deny this advancement to the city council, yet I do not get to make that decision. So, if we have anybody who would like to make a recommendation for adoption now, if we're ready, we can go down that route and wrap this meeting up and decide if we want to send this forward.
Through the chair, can we get the slide up that has the recommended language?
Through the chair, I'll make a motion to recommend to City Council adoption of a resolution to approve a general plan amendment to repeal the previously adopted 2023-2031 housing element and to adopt the revised 2023-2031 housing element that affirmatively furthers fair housing and is compliant with state law, finding this action exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act based on the listed findings in draft City Council resolution.
Do we have a second? Excuse me.
I'll second that.
And for a vote, Chair Ebnetter,
No.
Vice Chair Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Nugent,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiggins,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
The recommendation passes 4-1. That item is closed. Do we have announcements tonight, Mayor?
Yes, I'll keep it brief. Thank you. Some quick announcements. For the May meetings, we are looking at bringing back the by right ordinance that I mentioned during the presentation. And we might also have some resolutions. We are still evaluating whether they need to come to Planning Commission or can go straight to City Council. These are associated with updates to our pre-application and design review processes to further streamline the review of all projects, not just housing projects. There is also going to be a 21 elements training that's coming up in May. The details are still being finalized. We don't have a start time yet, but as soon as I receive that from the 21 elements, I'll forward it to the commission. The Planning Commission expected vacancy, which, you know, we're sad about, coming up in June. There is the application requests out, and that period has been extended. So the deadline to apply now is April 30th of this month. I expect once we receive applications, we'll be scheduling interviews and looking to City Council to appoint Commissioner Wiggins, to fill Commissioner Wiggins' seat. Ashley has gotten a new cell phone, so that is to help coordination with the commission. We are developing some processes around that. It's, you know, more for emergency use for after hours if it's a planning commission meeting day, but then also would allow for, you know, texting back and forth because our cell phones are subject to PRA and our communications are subject to PRA, so it'll be good for her to have a city cell phone. I think you may have seen this already. There was a Daily Journal article. Our city clerk, Patrice Olds, last week is this week, and our deputy city clerk, Martin McTaggart, is stepping into that role. So we'll continue close coordination with the city clerk's office on how we manage our commission and, you know, stay on top of all our rules and procedures. And then finally, a big change in the Block 20 project. This is a Windy Hill project in downtown. It was originally a full block proposal that had come to the Planning Commission as a study session item. They have now revised their project to be a partial block proposal, and they're also proposing to use, I forget what law it was, there's the stacked density bonus law that allows for 100% density bonus if projects propose additional moderate income housing. So they are proposing that. The project is under review. We've issued an incomplete letter for that project, but because this is a significant change in the project design and proposal, we will be doing a neighborhood meeting at some point and also bringing it back for a study session before it gets too far through the review process. So those were all my updates. Thank you.
Through the chair, can I ask a question of staff? I was looking at the city's Complete Streets Plan website and timeline. Somebody was asking me about it. And I noticed that it's going to go to Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission and City Council, I think in May. I was curious if at any point Planning Commission will see that, or if we have comments, we should submit them to either SIC or City Council.
Through the chair, let me look into that. I know we're still developing the draft documents, and primarily the Complete Streets is focused on prioritizing public right-of-way improvements and walkability and bikeability and multimodal transportation on city streets and identifying some key areas that need improvements. So it is more focused on public right-of-way, but there may be some interface with development review. So let me verify with our public works partners on whether it needs to come to commission. And I can provide further input via email if you would like to comment independently.
Any questions or?
I was just going to comment that I will be not able to attend the next meeting on the 14th.
One question. So in the past, filling a vacant spot, sometimes it takes weeks, a couple times it's taken like a couple months. So we'll have only 4 commissioners starting in June, unless somebody is seated. But if you're still taking applications until when?
April 30th.
Oh, April 30th. Okay, so there should be plenty of time to sit. And okay, good.
We hope so.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Perfect. Is that it? Great. Meeting adjourned.